Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the June meeting of the Historic Preservation Board. We're very happy to see everybody today and hope everybody's doing well and coping with our situation. We have a bit of a situation here this morning ourselves, so Debbie is going to tell us how we're going to run the meeting because we're a little short of people, and so we have a hybrid meeting, and she will explain what we will be doing. Debbie, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Thank you for everyone for joining this morning. We currently have a quorum of 4 board members, so we are going to be taking the agenda out of order this morning. There are 2 applications, I believe, being heard today that require 5 board members. So we are going to be taking, we have 2 discussion items on the agenda this morning. We also have 2 regular applications, which are HPB 210458, which is 2100 Collins. We will be taking that first. And the second application will be HPB 210459, which is 1144 Marseille Drive. So for anyone who's joining us via Zoom or present in the audience, we will be going out of order today. We will hopefully get a 5th board member by no later than 12 noon today. So that is going to be the order of the agenda. I believe Jason Jacobson is joining us via Zoom, and he will give a few announcements before we begin the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, members of the board, Mr. Chair and Debbie. I'm just checking in that you can hear me.
Yep.
Yes.
Good morning. Today's meeting of the Historic Preservation Board has been scheduled in a hybrid format with members of the board physically present in commission chambers at Miami Beach City Hall, and applicants, staff, and members of the public appearing either in person or virtually via Zoom. In order to participate in today's meeting, members of the public may dial 888-475-4499 toll-free and enter the webinar ID, which is 817-4834-7488 #, or log into the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID, which again is 817-4834-7488. Any individual wishing to speak on an item must click the raise hand icon if they are using the Zoom app, or dial *9 if they are participating by phone. Individuals who wish to provide testimony or submit evidence in person may appear in commission chambers on the 3rd floor of Miami Beach City Hall at 1700 Convention Center Drive. On quasi-judicial applications on behalf of the chair and the board, I'll swear in each presenter or member of the public wishing to speak. I'll also ask each member of the board to disclose the names of any individuals with whom they've had any ex parte communications. If you are appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak with the board. You don't have to register as a lobbyist if you're speaking only on behalf of yourself and not on any other party, or if you're testifying as an expert witness providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting. Or if you're appearing to express support or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they are communicating. If you are an architect, attorney, or employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist. These rules apply whether you are appearing in favor of or against an item, encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. Lastly, before I turn the meeting back over to the chair, I'd like to swear in staff. Staff, are you ready? Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Chair, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Jason. Debbie, are you
thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, the first order of business this morning is the approval of the minutes from the May meeting.
I'll move the minutes.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? None. Okay. The minutes pass. So we can move to our first regular application this morning, which is HPB 210458. This is 2100 Collins Avenue. An application has been filed requesting modifications to a previously issued certificate of appropriateness for the installation of a work of art on the east facade of the Bass Museum. Specifically, the applicant is requesting to modify a condition of the final order to allow for the permanent installation of the work. I'm not sure how many board members were with us in 2018. I think we have 2. But this was approved, this work, which is entitled Eternity Now, by artist Sylvie Fleury, was approved by the board in May of 2018 as a temporary installation. It's actually been integrated into the neighborhood very well. We've received a lot of positive feedback from it. So staff has no objection to allowing this piece of artwork to stay for additional time. We are requesting that the board approve the request to eliminate the condition on how long the piece can be installed. We would note that the way it's installed does not harm the building. So the building has some original coral stone, which can be a fragile material. The way that the piece was permitted is anchored with sand bags. So we do not believe there's any harm being done to the existing building. We do have Sylvia Cubino also on the line who is going to be addressing you. She is the director of the Bass Museum. And with that, we are recommending approval. And Sylvia is on Zoom. Sylvia, if you could raise your hand if you would like to speak. So PJ, can we call on Sylvia?
Sylvia, you are unmuted. You can go ahead and speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, can you see me?
No.
Okay, sorry about this.
And Sylvia, before you begin, may I swear you in?
Yes.
Do you swear under oath that all the testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I'm accompanied by our registrar, Sherry Zambrano, who is prepared to present on any questions you might have of the physical work on the building. I am not really prepared to present, but I will enthusiastically, for a minute, talk to you about the impact of the work in the neighborhood and as part of what is becoming our sculpture park in Collins Park, especially during the pandemic when we created a program called Art Outside. As many of you have seen, Sylvie Fleury's Eternity Now refers very much to the context of Miami Beach, where people come and seek eternity and youth, as well as dating back to Juan Ponce de Leon coming to find the Fountain of Youth in Florida. So contextually, the work of art is quite brilliant, and we've come quite attached to it in Collins Park. What we're seeing during this pandemic and even post-pandemic is that people are now coming to the park to see the works of art, and it's becoming sort of a public plaza. So in terms of the urbanization of the area, it is contributing really nicely to our neighborhood. I don't know if you have any questions aside from that. It is also quite press-worthy and Instagrammable, which is really wonderful because it really takes it beyond Miami Beach and elsewhere into the world.
Thank you very much, Sylvia. Do we want to have any public comment?
Mr. Chair, there are no members of the public I see who wish to comment via Zoom, so we can move to the in-person comments.
Good morning, Mr. Ciraldo.
Yes, hello, good morning. Daniel Ciraldo here on behalf of Miami Design Preservation League. For those watching...
Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, thank you. So for those who would like to follow along, we do share all of our positions on our blog at mdpl.org. we did review this project, and I have to say I was really excited to learn more about the background of the art because, like Sylvia said, it's very Instagrammable, but I had not really understood the history and the connection to our city until now. So I wanted to thank the Bass for coming up with this great idea, and hopefully we could get more press and publicity about it. We also love the fact that it's minimally invasive on the historic building and that it is reversible. So all in all, it's a very exciting presence in Collins Park, and we urge your approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? No? Okay, we'll close public comment. Board discussion, I guess, since there's no... Anyone have anything to say? Rick?
Debbie, you mentioned that there was it's anchored to the building with sand. Well, I don't see any details here on how this thing is attached, but I'd be curious to know more.
Yeah, and there were, I think in the original, which you may not have been here for, there were some details of that. We actually, property management actually put a special membrane down on the roof where it sits, and it's not bolted in. It actually has, I think it's a sandbag type anchoring system, so it's not bolted into the building. It does have to be taken down in the event of a hurricane force wind event, but that can easily be done by museum staff. So we think it's really a great solution, and it's really held up over time in terms of its durability. So, all around, we think it's a wonderful addition to what this neighborhood's really becoming kind of an art and culture district in the city. So, I think is important for the board to put a time limit on it at first, because with all of these types of things, we're not, 100% sure of how they're going to be integrated into the neighborhood. And it's such a juxtaposition from the building. But at this point, staff is confident that the museum has done an exceptional job maintaining the piece, and that it's really become an attraction for visitors and residents alike. So, really a great installation.
Anyone else? I have a question, Debbie. Just it's a minor point, but I just want to clarify it. On the Bass's letter to us, dated March 12th, it says on the second paragraph, I don't know if they're quoting what the agreement was previously for 3 years, but I think it could be taken either way. And then elsewhere in your document, it states that it's permanent. And I just had a question. Which is which, and what means permanent in this case? Nothing's really permanent. Correct.
And these types of things are not exactly permanent. We did reach out to the Bass Museum before issuing the staff recommendation. They don't have a time frame. So they were requesting an additional 3 years. It was staff's recommendation that the board allow this to be permanent and let the museum take it down when they see fit. As you know, that they've often come back to you for different art pieces during Art Basel for the special events. They put up temporary art pieces. They have the Miami Mountain, which is a permanent feature. We wanted to give them the flexibility to leave it up as long as they see fit, so that they wouldn't have to again return back to the board at that expense. So we thought that was the best option. And the Bass Museum agreed that they would also, appreciate a little bit more flexibility.
So if they determine sometime in the future to not display it, they do preserve it?
I believe it's part of their permanent collection. So if they decide to take it down from the building, it will remain part of their collection. I'm not sure where they would put it. I know Sylvia could probably answer that question.
I can answer that. Hello?
Hi.
Can you folks hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I'm the registrar at the Bass. I manage the collection, whether it's in our permanent collection or on display at the museum and Art Outside in Collins Park.
Sherry, could you please state your name just for the record?
Oh, yes. My name is Sherry Zambrano Jackson.
Thank you.
All right. Just to answer your question on where will we store the work, it is in our permanent collection. We most likely store it off-site because it's such a large piece. So obviously, there's no space inside the museum for that type of work. But Debbie explained it perfectly well on how we take down the work right before a storm. And we've been doing this for about over 5 years now. So now it's just like clockwork. You know, storm comes and we have the luxury of those 5 days understanding where it's going to hit Miami, if we're in a cone or if we're a direct hit. Everything in our policy and our procedures is updated every year in May of each year. And I have contracts with Sunbelt with our heavy equipment. They know when to deliver it, and I have art handlers on call, and as well as the staff to take down the work. And it's protected during the storm. And yes, it is secured with individual sandbags. So with our heavy equipment and a pallet, the handlers, they just basically put the sandbags on the pallet. We take it down, then rig the work, take it down and roll it away from the building, and then secure it behind the building until the storm passes. And then usually we don't return it back we don't redisplay it onto the facade until closer to Art Basel in case other storms come our way. I'm not sure if you guys have any other questions about how we preserve the work or how we take down for storms, but just let me know.
Sure.
Can I, Sherry and Sylvia, I don't believe you were sworn in, so if you don't mind, we can swear you in retroactively. Do you swear
Sure.
that the testimony you have just given is the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Daniel, you have one more comment to make?
Mr. Chair, if I could just ask one question to Sherry, because we were in touch the other day because we had noticed that the light was not on at night. And so she had mentioned that they rely on people to let them know when it's out. But I was just wondering, have they looked into the possibility of like having it on a timer so that it's automatically on every night, or what else we could do just to make sure? Because the last, I don't know how many weeks it hasn't been on until a couple of days ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Okay, do we need to take a vote? Oh, sorry. Hello?
I'm sorry, I can't hear. To answer Daniel's question, it was on a timer, and we decided to leave it on 24/7, so it's a little bit brighter in the daytime, so you can see it from Collins Avenue. And usually when there is a storm that passes through, or if anyone's doing work on the roof, it for some reason it's just either gets unplugged from the wind or the circuit goes out, and we just have to reset it.
Thank you very much. Do we need to take a...
Okay, you can take a motion. You can have additional board discussion, whatever you like.
Anybody have anything else to say? No? Okay, make a motion then.
I'm happy to move it based on staff's recommendations.
Okay. Anybody want to second it?
I'll second it.
Great. Okay, all those...
I'll take the roll just because we're in a hybrid format. I think it's better. Ms. Weinstein-Berman.
Yes.
Mr. Lopez.
Yes.
Mr. Pascal.
Yes.
And Mr. Finglass.
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes. The application is approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, before we go on to the next regular application, we do have a few requests for continuances this morning. The first item I'm going to read into the record is actually a withdrawal. It was withdrawn by the applicant, is HPB 20-0439. This is 739 2nd Street. The application was for a variance to request the minimum hotel unit size. Again, the applicant had contacted the planning department. They are withdrawing the application. They are going to proceed with the project without the variance, so they are going to increase the unit sizes. No action is required from the board on this item. We do have another request for a continuance, which is HPB 20-0440. This is 550 Washington Avenue. The application is for modifications to the previously issued certificate of appropriateness, including changes to the signage and a variance to exceed the maximum size permitted for signage. Staff has no objection to this request. We are going to continue to work with the applicant. I believe they would like a full board to discuss this particular application, and I see Mickey Marrero representing the applicant is on the line, and I'm not sure if he has additional comments, but we could hear from Mickey, and then we could open it up to public comment. Mickey?
Good morning. Thank you, Debbie. And good morning.
Mickey, may I swear your team in?
It's just me.
Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Yeah, I mean, Debbie covered it well. We just really need 5 votes here, and there are some things that staff brought up in their staff report that we're working on to address. So hopefully we can have those issues sorted out by the July meeting. So we would ask that we have some time to do that and continue to July. They're relatively minor changes, so we think we'll be ready for July.
Thank you, Mickey. So we should.
Mr. Chair, right, if there's anyone on Zoom who wishes to comment on the request for continuance, please raise your hand. I see none, Mr. Chair, and I think you can turn it over to the in-person comment if anyone has.
Daniel.
Yes, hi, Daniel Serraldo with Miami Design Preservation League. I think it's okay to continue as the applicant wants, but I did want to just put on the record for your consideration our position, which differs from the staff, although we don't differ frequently. But we do have concern about the Paris sign being replaced. We understand the staff mentioning that it wasn't original, but because it was introduced many years ago, it has kind of taken on that semblance of history, of the continuum of our history. So to the extent that it would be possible to save the Paris lettering that's been there since, I think, the 50s or 60s, we think that'd be great too. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I see no more public comment. You can consider a motion.
Okay, then you have a motion to continue.
I'll move to continue the item.
Okay, I'll second it just to break it up.
Okay, thank you. For the continuance, we can do all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Motion passes. The item is continued, and we need to continue it to a date certain. And I believe the applicant can correct me if I'm wrong, but they are requesting the July 13th meeting.
Do we need to keep these?
I would try and keep the plans. I think that would be helpful. Mr. Chair, we have one additional request for continuance. It's HPB 21-0454. This is 900 Ocean Drive. This application is for modifications to the east facade of the building. Again, staff has been working with the applicant. They wish to have a full board in order to discuss this item, and I believe they are requesting a continuance to the September 13th meeting. Monica Enton, representing the applicant, is joining us via Zoom. Monica, if you would wish to speak, you can address the board. Thank you.
Good morning, Monica, and congratulations on your new company.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair, board. Debbie
Monica,
has. I apologize. Yes.
Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
And good morning, for the record, Monica Enton, MHE Law. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Board members, as Debbie indicated, we'd like to have a full board for this hearing, and we are requesting a continuance to September.
Okay, thank you, Monica. Is there any public comment on this?
If there's anyone joining us via Zoom and you would like to comment, please raise your hand. I see none. Are there any members present in commission chambers that wish to comment on this item? Mr. Chair, I don't see any, so we can close the public hearing and open it up to board discussion.
Anybody have a comment?
Move to continue this to September 13th.
Second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Any opposed? No, it's unanimously passed. Thank you, Monica. Your application has been continued to September 13th.
Thank you, everyone. Have a great day. Keeping this package as well, correct?
Yes, please hold on to your packages. Okay, we can move to the next regular application, which is HPB 210459. This is 1144 Marseille Drive. An application has been submitted requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the construction of a multifamily building on a vacant lot and one or more waivers. This particular site is located in the Normandy Isles Historic District, which is one of the more recently designated historic districts in the city. The applicant has presented what staff believes is a very well-conceived plan to construct a new workforce housing project. This is being proposed by the Housing Authority of the City of Miami Beach. We believe this use is something that should be encouraged, and we are very supportive of a new building on what is a vacant parcel of land. The proposed 4-story residential building will consist of a community room and roof terrace, 12 parking spaces, and 1 residential unit on the ground floor, and 21 additional residential units distributed among the upper 3 levels. Staff is, again, highly supportive of the application. We believe that the construction of a new high-quality building on what is a vacant site will only serve to enhance the Normandy Isles Historic District. We do have a few comments with regard to the design. While we are very supportive of it, we do believe there are a few elements that we're recommending that could actually enhance the design, not only the design of the building, but also its compatibility within the surrounding historic district. Our first comment is with regard to the requested waiver, and I know the board has seen this waiver in the Normandy Isles and North Shore RM1 areas. We have a conservation district overlay. This is, again, for the RM1 zoning district within both National Register districts. So what that requires is the height of the building to be maintained for the first, up to a maximum of 32 feet for the first 25 feet of building depth. The board can waive this requirement and allow for that to occur within the first 20 feet of depth. The applicant was initially requesting that, and that was analyzed as part of the plans that were submitted, as well as our staff analysis. After the release of the report, we have discussed this issue with the applicant. I believe part of their presentation today is going to be addressing staff's concerns, and it is our opinion that they will no longer be required to have that additional height within the 20 feet, that they will be complying with the regulations in the Conservation District overlay. The second waiver is with regard to the covered parking area. This, again, is part of the Conservation District overlay regulations, which does require a minimum height of 12 feet when parking is located below the first habitable level. The board may waive up to 2 feet of this regulation, in this instance, the applicant is only asking for 6 inches. Staff is supportive of this very minor reduction in height at the ground level. We do believe this furthers its compatibility with the Normandy Isles district and adjacent contributing buildings. So we have no objection to that particular request. Finally, staff is asking the applicant to at least explore some minor adjustments which would allow for a slightly larger area toward the center of the property where their ramping is proposed to be introduced. The ramping is required to be relatively extensive due to the level changes between grade and their first habitable floor. We believe that it would reinforce the conservation district intent if they could shift the building approximately 5 feet to the east and get some landscaping in that kind of separation between the 2 front volumes. We support the project as presented, but we believe that this modification, if possible, would actually really enhance the character of the building and its compatibility with the district. So I believe that is all that is contained in staff's recommendation, but we are recommending that the board approve the project. The applicant is here, and I believe they are going to be giving a brief presentation, and then we can open it up to public comment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Debbie. Hi.
Hi, good morning. Thank you, Ms. Tackett. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. For the record, Wesley Hevia. Law office is at 98 Southeast 7th Street, Miami, Florida 331. Pro bono legal counsel for the Housing Authority of the City of Miami Beach. As mentioned by Ms. Tackett, this is for 1144 Marseille Drive. I'm also joined by Ronnie Mateo and Armando Rizzo of Mateo Architecture. That's the design team for this project. And Mr. Mike O'Hara, Director of Housing Development with the Housing Authority. He's behind me. I'll introduce them shortly for their remarks. But I just wanted to cover one.
And before you begin, I apologize for interrupting, but may I swear in your whole team at once?
Certainly.
Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. So as mentioned by Ms. Tackett, we've had iterative discussions with staff over the last week since the staff report was released, and I think we've solved a number of issues, and just wanted to reserve a couple minutes at the end of this to potentially make tweaks to a couple minor tweaks to the order, depending on input from the board, of course. So without further delay, I'd like to introduce Mr. Mike O'Hara, who will briefly describe the works and the mission of the Housing Authority and also describe some of our neighborhood outreach efforts. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Michael O'Hara. I'm the Director of Housing Development for the Housing Authority of the City of Miami Beach, or the HACM for short. The HACM is not a city department, but rather a public housing authority created by Florida statutes. We serve almost 4,000 families annually and recently completed 2 new housing projects in the South Point area of South Beach. 1144 will be the first affordable workforce housing project in the city for families earning less than 80% of the area median income, and that would equate to $57,850 for a family of 2. The project is fully funded and requires an affordability period of 50 years. During the design development process, we had extensive discussions with the community regarding a host of issues, including lot aggregation, massing, respecting the integrity of the historic district and our neighbors, and parking availability. We took everything that we heard to heart and have brought to you today a project that will stand the test of time and be a model for how affordable housing can be developed in a historic district, respecting its neighbors, addressing sea level rise, and minimizing the impact to on-street parking for the neighborhood. Before I pass you on to our architect, Ronnie Mateo, I would like to share with you that the city's Affordable Housing Advisory Committee reviewed the project and offered its unanimous support. Thank you for your time this morning, and hopefully we have your support for this significant effort to develop affordable housing in the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to be here. I think in all the years we've lived in Miami and Miami Beach and worked here, I think this is our first time actually in front of the historic board, so treat us gently. As stated, my name is Ronnie Mateo from Mateo Architecture, 8887 Southwest 131st Street, Miami, Florida. We're excited to have, again, had the opportunity to work with Miami Beach Housing Authority and Mike and his team. This is not our first project with them. We've, over the years, worked on a couple of things with them. And we see that their efforts here in Miami Beach are really needed. And we commend and want to continue to be a part of their team as they develop other projects in the future. Not knowing how we are going to do this, we have a presentation that we submitted. Do I call for slides to be, okay. I want to go over some of the early pages rather quickly, but basically an analysis of the site location. Next slide, please. This slide shows overall views of where the location is on Marseille at different scales, so that you can see the relative composition of the neighborhood, as you, I am sure, all very well aware of. Next, please. Some of the street photos, aerial photos of the site and the composition of the buildings that make up the neighborhood. A range of buildings from 1 story to 5 stories, and everything in between. Most of the projects are composed of smaller width lots on the streets that are in the neighborhood of 50 feet wide, 75 feet wide, etc. And part of the solution that we have proposed here, since we have a much wider piece of property, is that the composition of our building is made so that it appears to be a continuous rhythm of repetition of thinner pieces. As Debbie alluded to earlier, we have a separation of our massing of our building with a central entrance that gives us 2 vertical pieces basically in the front. And I will address the request of making it a little bigger in a few moments. Next, some of the street shots that I'm sure you're all very familiar with. Next. That's the site from Marseille. Next. A drawing that shows a relation of a number of photographs that we've taken of the whole street facade of the length of the block. Next. A series of photographs that show the composition, the variety of scales of the buildings that are composed in the MIMO and Art Deco district treatments, and how the resulting building that we came up with has addressed and reflects a lot of the imagery and scale and proportions of openings and closings, etc., in our solution that are consistent and regulated by what we have seen around the neighborhood. Next. So these, again, more images of the buildings around the whole neighborhood and the compositions of windows, eyebrows, etc. One of the things that I think is important that we have done, and I'll address it a little further down, but eyebrows in South Florida are not only decorative treatment, but in our case, we always use them for functional purposes, not just decoration. In our work, we try to be very simple, straightforward, and clear about what our intents are and how they express uses behind the facades. We try not to do anything that is just purely decorative, but use elements that become the decoration of the building as functional pieces that are needed for the design success. Next. Next. This is a survey of the property with the dimensions, etc. Next. This drawing shows again the overlays and the districts that are impacting our project and our location at the edge of the RM1 district on Normandy Isle. Next. Specifically, some of the images of buildings that we refer to and make reference to in our design, including one of our own buildings that we did for the Miami Beach Housing Authority on the bottom right, the Stephen Shaken Apartments in South End. Again, the ideas that are expressed in that building with the eyebrows, projecting shading devices for windows, etc., and creating an exciting, interesting composition. And in that particular case, and something we did here in our new building, having a space at the ground level that is more of a community space that's allowed for residents to put eyes on the street, if you will, which is something that I think is necessary and desired in Miami Beach and really everywhere. Next, one other image of a building that has a treatment similar to some of the parts that we have proposed. Next. This sheet basically addresses the requirements of the zoning studies and the calculation and tabulation of the zoning data. And the two pieces that are in highlighted yellow there are the ones that Debbie referred to as our issues of waiver. The first one on the top we have, I think, agreed to remove. And we can point out in some of the future coming up drawings and renderings, etc., where the change is. Am I allowed to use a pointer to the screen to show that, or is that a?
Do you have a pointer?
I have a pointer. Sure.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
that would be fine.
Good. I don't know if I didn't want to mess up anything. Next, the next few pages are showing the floor plans. That ground floor plan shows the parking area that is hidden behind the building. We've taken care to make sure that from the street level, the access or visibility to parking areas is minimized, and we did that by putting a ground unit on the right side on the top of this plan, a studio unit, and then on the left side, opening up to a courtyard, is a community center. Again, not only to buffer the view of parking behind the building, but also to put eyes on the street and activities at the ground level as close as possible to the ground level while still meeting all of the flood criteria requirements. The next page is basically all of the floor areas of the units. We have studio units, and we have one-bedroom units that compose the building. It is a simply articulated composition, meeting all of the very tough FAR requirements that are imposed in this overlay district. And we feel a building that will be a great addition to be part of the Normandy Isle community. We have next, we have some landscaping plans, very diagrammatic landscaping plans that are proposed to enhance the building composition. Next, that is the original site plan, and then the landscaping composition. Next, details of the landscaping, etc. Next, the next few pages are again more blow-ups of the units and how they work. I won't go into too many details on this, so I want to get to the imagery of it. So next, that's the third floor, and then next is the fourth floor, where you see that the higher portion of the building is set back as required from the 25-foot setback in the front. Then the roof plan next, showing all the equipment hidden up above on the roof on parapets. And it's towards the back of the building, so you would not see it from the street. Next, the elevations. It shows the first elevation, the north elevation, is the front of the building, and what we have done here is we have made a composition where on the left side of the building, it doesn't work on the TV. Okay, the pointer. But on the left side of the elevation, you see a 2-story piece, and then on the right side, you see a 3-story piece, which are in the front portion of the building. The reason for that, there's an existing 2-story building on the left side, so we wanted to make an address of that proportion continuation. And then on the right side, a 3-level piece that will be responsive to the new building that will be forthcoming down on the future. In the back, you see the units that are in the back with the central stair down the middle, separating the volume into 2 pieces, with the studio units in the back, with the parking underneath. The next elevations are the east and west elevations, showing the main body of the elevations with the 1-bedroom units having balconies and the corresponding treatments that we have used with the eyebrows for shading devices on the east and west side. Next is a series of sections that show you the structural composition of the slicing through the building. It's pretty. Those are kind of boring building elevations sections, but they're required to build. So it shows how the building is sliced through. Next, the pretty stuff. The next elevations are massing studies that we have done during the design process. In the upper left-hand corner is the sort of a front elevation massing that shows a piece of the changes that we made with the discussions with Debbie's group, where there is a wall, a gray wall up on the top that
if I may,
yes.
Armando Rizzo with Mateo Architecture, Vice President and part of the design team. I have copies of the images that we shared with you, Debbie, if you wish to hand them out so they can see what we modified in order to comply.
Very good.
Yes, if you could give them to Jake, he will pass them out to the board members. Thank you.
Thanks.
Just for clarification, the mass of the building that is required to be at 32 feet for the first 25 feet is below the 32 feet, and the 4-story portion is past the 32 feet. We were asking, initially thinking that we want a little bit more protection for the elevator, and therefore raise that front parapet portion above the 32 feet. We think we can mitigate our concerns in other ways now and agree that that bulk perhaps is not necessary, and therefore we made that change before today's year.
Right. The issue that we had requested the waiver for was basically for a wall. It wasn't for anything else, because we were trying to give protection to the elevator lobby from rain, etc., which is always an issue here in South Florida. So I think you can see there in the handouts clearer than what I was trying to explain earlier from the drawings that I can't point to. The next set of images is, again, more studies of the volumetric composition and how the building, as it turns to the sides, as it faces different orientations, responds to the site that we are in, what is on the north, what is on the south, and what gets protected by window eyebrows and what doesn't. Next, some more massing of the building on the front and the back, and again, how the building is broken down basically into pieces. That is sort of consistent with what the general neighborhood building compositions are. Next, a rendering of the front piece that I think clearly defines the composition of the two vertical volumes with the entry piece on the center, with the community room on the right side and a courtyard use space out in the front, which I think it's an interesting and necessary feature of housing projects to address the street. Next, an elevation from the back showing how the composition is made, how the parking is hidden, and how a very simple building, but articulated by the eyebrows and the balconies, etc., as shading devices for the windows. Next, some of the sections that explain how we enter the building and how we reach the flood criteria level from the street, and how the parking sits in that section. Next, these are life safety plans that are required for submittal to show how the location of stairs and access to the exterior are treated. Next, materials palette of what our proposal is, of some paint colors for stucco. We've treated the underside of the eyebrows in all these cases basically with a blue color, sort of to always have a blue sky underneath when you are looking up, even if it's raining. And then the other materials that will be part of the composition, which is sort of a stone treatment at the base and the entrance of the building, some perforated metal for stair openings, etc., and glass. And the last slide is an image in the evening. And what staff has requested in the comments that were made earlier by Debbie is that the volume that we have on this elevation on the two-story portion, that maybe that can be moved out towards the east about 5 feet. We don't believe it's necessary to do that, but we're willing to do that. The concern, though, that we have is that I think in the comments were something about adding a tree in the center portion of the new, now bigger space. We're a little concerned about that and want to maybe have a chance to discuss that with staff and whether we move the volume out or not. We're a little concerned because we didn't really see any examples of that kind of treatment in other Art Deco and MIMO buildings. Maybe the space inside the courtyard is one thing, but I'm not sure we want to discuss the idea of putting a tree in there that can cause other issues down the road, and we don't believe it's necessary. We don't have any issues with putting trees in, and maybe we can add other trees if that's the issue, but I think the opening up of the center, whether we actually do it or not, should not have a tree in there if that's how we understood it. So I think that's all the comments that I have, and I appreciate the opportunity to present to you.
If I may, I just wanted to reiterate one of the design principles that we dwelled upon when we started the design work, and that was that we wanted the building to reflect the original platting of the two parcels that are beneath it. We know that it's in the code, but it's how you do it that was important to us, and we wanted that reflection to be part of the design through the building, not just in the front, but also from the back. When you look at the building from the back, that it reflects the fact that there was two original parcels there, and that's also why the difference in the treatment of the front elevation, so that it almost looks like it could have been two different buildings that cropped up and came together to make one design statement. In terms of the move, yes, we're obviously willing to explore that. There are issues that we will share with staff when we get to that point, besides the potential damage to foundation systems, depending on the kind of tree, if we were to go in that direction. We also, by shifting the building, don't want to screen too much what is the public stair in the back that has views to the streets and eyes to the streets. So we want to figure out if that has an impact on how that stair is perceived.
And one last thing is that we're also going to look at the parking on the street that might be affected by our move of the driveway. So we don't want to reduce any of the parking spaces there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very enlightening. Shall we move on to public comment?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Before we call on the first speaker, I just want to point out that we have a correction to make in the staff report and in the order. The legal description, I believe the published report and order say lots 15 and 17. The corrected legal description is lots 16 and 17. So I just wanted to put that on the record. And we do have Daniel Vaitia joining us on Zoom, who would wish to speak on this item.
Good afternoon, Board. Thank you for taking this item today. I'm the previous chair of the City of Miami Beach Affordable Advisory Committee for Affordable Housing.
Daniel, may I swear you in?
Yes, please.
Do you swear under oath that any testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. I'll put up the timer.
Not only are we super excited to see an affordable housing project come forward in North Beach, we want to support the Housing Authority's commitment to providing affordable housing in our community. More importantly to me is the amazing job they've done with the design envelope introduced through the Conservation District. I think this is a perfect example of the compatibility we were hoping the Conservation District would create. And I want to congratulate the architect and the Housing Authority in their efforts to introduce this project and its compatibility with the architecture in our neighborhood. I am in full support of the project, and I also support staff's comments. I do support the waiver, and I do feel there's some room that you can work with to make it more compatible on the driveway. But overall, I think it's a great project and looking forward to its approval. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Mr. Chair, I do not see any other members on Zoom wishing to comment at this time.
Mr. Ciraldo.
Yes, hi, Daniel Ciraldo on behalf of Miami Design Preservation League. Obviously, it's very exciting. We know that our 14 historic districts have a lot of naturally occurring affordable housing, but it's so exciting now to see this new project of new construction affordable housing. So thank you to the designers and the authority. It's a beautiful design. It's going to have 22 units in a 4-story building. We did review the project, and we do support the staff's recommendations as far as overlay district. I remember Kirk, before he was on this board, was part of that process of master planning for compatibility. So whatever can be done, little tweaks to ensure it's compatible, I think will be helpful, and we're all looking forward to the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Okay, seeing none, we close the public comment and open it to board discussion. Who would like to go first? I bet you Kirk would.
I mean, I have a lot to say.
Okay.
Well, I mean, first of all, going back to what Mr. Ciraldo said, Mr. Vaitia, Michael O'Hara has been a part of this process. He's a part of the community. I value the work that you're doing here. I'm excited to see, after a lot of discussion, a lot of analysis, a lot of community input, a lot of consultant input, I'm excited to see this move forward and for this project to come to fruition. And looking at the project, I could see your engagement in this discussion, because I think in so many ways, this is probably one of the early projects, now that we're all set and ready to move forward with our amazing local historic districts in North Beach, to see this sort of compatible development come to fruition and to contribute to the community. There are, I appreciate staff's efforts to respect, and the project too, to respect the ideals of the front massing and the setbacks. And I think what you have here is probably very indicative of what we'll be looking at in the future for new development in these areas. That you have, a two-story building on one side, a one-story building on the other. I think, that's pretty indicative of what we have here. And again, I think you've done a great job in many, many ways with respect to, the parking needs, with respect to the original intent of the platting of the neighborhood, with the separation of the two lots in the design. Even with regard to like the placement of the mechanical and all of those things, which are important to me. I think this is a very uniquely designed neighborhood. It really does have its own character and rhythm. In particular, the way that the twin buildings relate to each other, going throughout the entire neighborhood, with a courtyard to courtyard, backside to backside. The one area where I think maybe, and I just say this, I've said it for other projects in North Beach, and the one area that I struggle with a little bit is the balconies facing outward, because in my view, that's not really the way the neighborhood is designed. The existing historic buildings, where you have the courtyards where they face each other, not outward. And we've seen this with other projects already in North Beach, in the local historic districts and conservation districts, where a development goes in. And, if you're building a 4-story building and you have a 1-story historic building to the side of it, obviously the inclination is to build balconies and take advantage of the view over those 1-story buildings. And universally speaking, I don't think that that's as compatible as I'd like to see. I think, in a perfect world, we would be focusing on, again, inward-facing courtyards, which would be more in the spirit of the neighborhood. That said, it's not killing me. I think there's a lot of great components. The one thing I might say is that, with respect to a 1-story building that's going to have a 4-story building next to it with balconies sort of towering over, I look at it, and maybe in this instance, maybe it would be better if the balconies were not open the way that they are. Maybe if they had like a masonry edge instead of just an open one. I just wonder what that experience is going to be like in the 1-story building with balconies facing, sort of towering over them. I'm not sure if I lived in that 1-story historic building, if I'd love that. Other than that, I appreciate staff's recommendations about optimizing, the interior court space. I'd like to maybe, I don't know if Debbie's willing to elaborate a little bit on what you think the proper middle ground is, but again, ultimately I'm very supportive and very grateful for all the work you've done in nurturing this project, literally from, the establishment of the historic district to the creation of the zoning code, and you've been an active participant. You're an active participant in the community, and I'm really excited to see this move forward.
Mr. Chair, can I just briefly respond to
Sure.
Mr. Pascal? With regard to the adjacent one-story building, that property is also owned by the Housing Authority. They are looking at developing that site as well for an affordable housing. I believe it's a affordable elderly housing. That will be coming to you in the future, so we do believe that one-story site will be developed and will not be a one-story building in the future. Now, with regard to that kind of entry court area, our concern was what appears to be an excessive amount of concrete because of the requirements for the ramping. The ramp is quite extensive and fills up that whole area, and then they have introduced kind of a decorative concrete solid fin. And from our perspective, we thought the Conservation District, in terms of the development pattern of the platted lots, would be further reinforced if some landscape could be introduced in that area. We took a look at the site plan and tried to figure out a way with the current site plan to introduce landscape. But because the ramp is so extensive, there was not enough room unless we shifted that one volume a little bit further to the east. Then we believe that would open up that center space and allow for a reasonable amount of landscaping to kind of soften that entry. Now, just to address the applicant very briefly, our idea was to have a tree, but I think more importantly, we are just asking for some landscape material to kind of break up that large concrete ramping structure. And that's all. And I don't want to interrupt any of the other board members' comments, but I thought it would be helpful to respond. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have a quick question because I'm not familiar with the public housing process really. It's on. Are there many more, hopefully, of these buildings proposed throughout the city? Because we desperately, obviously, need them.
Mike can respond to you about how many projects he has citywide in the pipeline. I know we've been working with them for the near future on the adjacent one on Marseille. But if you want to hear from him, I'm sure he could explain kind of a work plan for the Housing Authority for the next few years.
Great. Thank you, and thank you for your previous comments. The Housing Authority actually has a project that will be coming to you in September of this year for a 20-unit elderly housing project at 1158 Marseille Drive, directly to the west of this project. And we are in the financing process for a couple of other sites, another one on Marseille Drive and two projects on South Shore Drive, also in that historic district. So we'll be coming back to you guys in the next couple of months and next couple of years as well. So thank you for your support.
Thank you. Another quick question.
Sure.
Does the city give you any leeway as far as volumes or size or other requirements, because your mission is so vital to everyone in Miami Beach and to get good people to come here so they don't have to commute forever? Or is it strictly by the letters of the law that you can only build so much, mention so much volume, so much? That's very interesting to me because that really limits the number of people who you can house.
Right, it absolutely does. While there's no distinction in the FAR, there are some little tweaks for affordable housing in terms of parking, minimum and average unit sizes and things like that, but FAR would remain the same if it's affordable workforce versus the marketplace. But we do agree with you, but we work within the code that we have.
Can you get any exceptions to that? No. That's
unfortunately not.
That kind of defeats a lot of the purpose. Okay, thank you. Sorry, anybody else want to? Laura.
Thank you so much for the presentation, and really just echoing previous comments, really commend you all on such a fantastic job. I know on these infill sites, making resiliency, ADA, parking work, it's such an interesting architectural in the realm of a historic district as well. Such an interesting puzzle to solve. So I think you guys did a fantastic job, especially on an infill site where you only really have that 120-foot parking driveway entrance. I really loved the idea of the community room and how you kind of really focused on how that ground floor experience works for the entire neighborhood. I think that's so critical and often missed in historic districts, unfortunately, with other infill projects. And to do that with an truly affordable at 80% AMI rental is, it's fantastic. I think, the balconies, I actually like the big balconies because I know that on these affordable projects, they get used a lot by tenants to have that kind of just open space. On the ground floor, you're kind of limited with how much circulation you can have. So I know the tenants will really, really utilize that outdoor space, and it's good to see that you guys will be developing that adjacent parcel. So maybe that alleviates some of Kirk's concerns. I hear what staff is saying regarding landscaping, and I know it's very difficult maintenance-wise as well to find something, but I'm sure you guys will work out some sort of delicate balance there because, landscaping obviously in South Florida is extreme, especially Miami Beach, extremely important. So I know you guys will be creative and find some solution there. I thought the plans were very efficient. I'm extremely supportive of this thoughtful project. And I know on the financing side to make the construction and all the soft costs on top and financing costs on top of that work is it's not an easy challenge. So really looking forward to this type of rental project in the community. So thank you.
Thank you. Rick.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for your presentation and for the hard work in putting this together. I think you used the word puzzle. I think it looks like a complex puzzle. It looks like it's been done very well. I also can't believe this is the first time you're before the board. So welcome. I had a couple of questions. The landscape area around the parking, I wonder if you could talk about the parking enclosure. It looks like there's a kind of a thin sliver of space between some sort of enclosure for the parking and a fence. And I wonder, how do we prevent that from becoming a kind of dead space that just collects garbage, or is this a product of the housing requirements, or?
No, not really. I think what we would propose to do is to enhance the landscaping further with ground cover so that it's always fully landscaped and it's not an area where you can loiter or just trash. But it's lush enough where it reflects the tropical needs of where it sits, and at the same time softens the edge of the parking platform, if you will, even though it's only about 4+ feet above grade, but it's significant. Yeah. And therefore treat that and take advantage of that with what we can put as a veil of ground cover variety of species that'll shield the building and also work to deter the concerns that you express.
Okay. I appreciate the response to Debbie's point and the willingness to work with shifting the volume at the front. There was also in the staff report a comment about the fin, the large wall that goes up. Is that something that you're willing to work with to address the concern for the?
We're willing to work with staff about these things, but the reason for the fin, again, we're trying to create spaces. Since this building is sort of open inside, it doesn't have air-conditioned hallways and these kinds of things. We're trying to deal with the issue of rain and water, especially if you have older people, etc. It's kind of difficult, I think, to propose spaces that are usable, that are going to be wet most of the time. So the fin, not only does it act as a sort of stylistic reference to Art Deco and Mimo, etc., but it also is functional because it has a cover on it that allows you to be covered to some degree prior to even getting to what is considered the inside or the main lobby or the stair and the elevators, which are open. They're not air conditioned. They don't have windows, etc. So I think it is an element that adds interest and excitement, and I guess also defines more than not the idea of two pieces by being there as a piece. I don't know if that.
Because I understand definitely the concern for keeping people dry in the open air circulation. Particularly up at that community deck, which I think is a great amenity. But that roof protection is really, I don't know, it looks like 30 feet above the entrance. And so while you're talking about these two masses, there really is this kind of big third mass. And I guess I would come back to Debbie and say, you mentioned it in the staff report. I don't know how much it's contributing besides maybe carrying that roof on the deck. And
but just to again respond, we are willing to sit with staff and discuss it.
Okay.
But we want to explain our reason. It's not just an affectation. It's not just a decorative thing. It is intended to be a functional element. So if there's an issue that staff thinks we may discuss about scale or the height of it or something like that, we're willing to discuss all of that. But we felt it was an important element for the entrance of the building. And by the way, when and if we decide to agree with staff and move the volume over to the east in the front, that might impact how we treat that anyways, because it'll change the proportions of the entrance, etc. So it may end up that maybe it's too tall, we don't need it, or we move it, or we change it, or something, but something that will respond to the move of the volume if we do that. So, absolutely.
Thank you. And the one last question I had was about the signage right at the front where it says 1144. Does this comply with the signing regulation? I mean, it just looks large. It's just a question.
This is a placeholder.
Okay.
There's not a design yet for what the signage is going to be, but
okay.
We just did that for.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I ask another question? Just going back to discussion. So the Housing Authority owns these two lots, the one-story building to the west, and then there's two more one-story buildings beyond that, right, which are not owned by the Housing Authority? One of which is. And the two, so the one, and maybe everyone else is familiar with this. So the one directly to the west seems to be a broken former pair. Is that correct?
It seemingly is, but it is not.
Okay, so that was
so there's a pair that form the courtyard, and then
a courtyard facing two buildings beyond that to the west. Correct. One of which is owned by the Housing Authority.
I will let Mike confirm which ones are owned by the Housing Authority. I know the one to the immediate west is.
Okay, and just because this was brought up, and I guess I have to say I'm concerned with those. I guess they're Gilbert Fine buildings. They look like, right, to the west. So one of my obvious questions is, why not develop them together? Why are they being done separately? And my other concern is, obviously in the spirit of the overlay for the local historic district, I'd like to believe that the facades of those Gilbert Fine buildings are going to be preserved. But I wonder if we're developing the two open lots and saving the other ones for later, how do you physically even do the development without destroying those facades, and just because it came up in the discussion, it's a concern for me. I mean, I'm all in support of the overlay district and what it represents in terms of being open to redeveloping, and specifically in the case of affordable housing. But at the same time, my hope is that those Gilbert Fine facades will be preserved. So I just wanted to ask the question.
And if I could just caution everyone, because that is an application that will be coming forward to you. It was not advertised for this particular meeting. I don't believe it's appropriate to discuss the merits of a future project that you know will be coming for you without proper notice to everyone. So if we could try and focus. I understand it's hard to separate, especially when we know that property's adjacent to this one, and ideally we would have seen both projects together. Unfortunately, the timing didn't work out for the applicant on bringing them both at the same meeting. But it's not appropriate to talk about the merits of another project that we have not yet noticed to the public.
I mean, I don't think that I would have brought it up if it wasn't already brought up. I just wanted to ask the question. Am I allowed to ask the question?
I don't know if Jason has any opinions about this, but because the other site was not noticed to the public, and it will be noticed for, we believe, potentially for the September meeting, to talk about the merits of that particular application without proper due process and notice would not be appropriate at this time.
Yeah, I tend to agree with Debbie on this subject. Obviously, it depends on the nature of the question with respect to the application that we have noticed that's coming before the board shortly. I'm going to agree with Debbie on this.
I just would agree with Kirk. I think if there's a way to help them avoid a problem in the future, it's worthy of him to make a mention of it, of a design issue now, so they don't come back and with something incorrect.
I think it's okay if the board members want to give comments. Again, I'm a bit concerned for when we do have a quasi-judicial hearing on the item, but I think a back and forth with the applicant or members of the public this time would not be at all appropriate since we haven't noticed.
I understand that, but Kirk already made the point. I think he's opened the door, and that's all we need to do now. Kirk?
I think so. I mean, if that is the point to be made, then again, I would make the point that in the future my hope would be in the spirit of exactly what's stated for the local historic district. It would be my hope that those contributing facades would be preserved. I think I made my point. That's all I can really say.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Sure.
Wes Heavy again with the applicant team. So, Mr. Pascal, we're receptive to your comments, obviously, and I know there have been meetings, perhaps in the past, way past, concerning these lots in particular, and we're certainly will come to the table as well, and continue to talk these points out before September or whenever the item is to be heard. And Mr. Chair, if I may, just a couple points of just clarification for the record. I know we've covered a lot of ground. Just for the record, we have proffered to eliminate the item on the fourth floor that previously triggered the waiver requirement. So that is part of our application. We are requesting to change that so that a waiver is no longer required. We are certainly willing to work with staff regarding the shifting of the building and explore if that may be possible pursuant to our discussions here today and the board's input. And we similarly are willing to sit with staff and talk about potential modifications to the fin, perhaps in conjunction with the shifting of the massing. And then the last thing I would remind the board is that we are short board today. So if there are any other concerns, we do need all 4 votes for this to move forward. So if there are any other concerns, please do tell us, and we'd be happy to respond and try to move this one forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more public comment? No. Okay, so we should move on to, I guess, close. We had our board discussion, to close board discussion, and we need to make a motion.
Correct, and I do believe, as was stated, that some of the conditions that are currently outlined in our draft order may need to be discussed by the board prior to making a motion to approve the project. We are recommending as condition 1C, 1A, that the eastern two-story front volume and access driveway are shifted to the 5 feet to the east, and that the projecting fin element be eliminated in order to introduce landscaping within that area. So currently, that is our recommended condition. The board may want to discuss that. If you think that condition should be modified, the applicant has proffered to explore possibly doing some of this stuff, but that wouldn't mandate that happen. And again, condition 1C3, which we were requesting that the board deny the building height and required setback waiver. That condition can be removed, but I think we should keep a reference into what we're going to log this in, Wesley, as Exhibit A presented to the board at the June 15th, 2021 meeting, that the project shall be designed in accordance with Section 142.870.15 in accordance with this Exhibit A presented. So we can, we'll ask you to upload this to your case file after the meeting if the board adopts that. And those are the two conditions, I believe, that have been the subject of our discussion so far.
Okay. I personally would agree with that.
Okay, I think I don't know if any of the other board members have some input with regard to the condition 1C, 1A, because it sounded to me like the applicant was requesting that the board maybe modify that condition so that it would be an exploration.
And through the chair, so essentially, I think we heard some concerns potentially about how one may affect the other. So how shifting may affect the fin. So by putting shall for both of them, shall change, shall shift. I just don't know if that leaves less room for us to discuss with staff how we might accomplish this in the best way possible. So explore may not be strong enough. Perhaps if to the extent reasonably practical or something more stronger, we'd be willing to put that
in. Maybe should, because I think the staff has hit it on the head mostly, unless someone has a disagreement with that they have the maximum leeway to deal with this.
It's a bit difficult to delegate a maximum leeway to staff. I think I would like to hear from the board in terms of are you more leaning toward if it's if the applicant sees that it could work, that they will agree to do it, or would you like them to redesign that front with those small modifications to be more consistent with staff's recommendation? From my perspective, I think I would be comfortable with eliminating the requirement for a tree. That I think I would be comfortable working with the applicant on whatever landscape that works with the structure of the building and with maintenance concerns of the operator. But we just felt very strongly that center portion should have some green, some landscape to soften it up, which would be consistent with, with the MIMO entry court buildings.
So in other words, shall, but remove the tree.
Our recommendation is that the condition read, the two-story front volume and access driveway shall be shifted approximately 5 feet And now it's approximately 5 feet, so we do have some leeway with the distance. And the projecting fin shall be eliminated in order to do landscaping. I'm perfectly comfortable eliminating the feature tree, and have staff work out the type of landscaping with
So
the
the
applicant.
introduction of landscaping subject to review and approval of staff.
Correct.
I'm move this, that incorporated.
Laura, do you have any addition?
Mr. Pascal, I think that was a motion?
Correct.
Okay, and that also includes that the waiver was withdrawn and that the new plan shall be consistent with Exhibit A in terms of the setback and height.
Correct.
Thank you.
Second?
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Ms. Weinstein-Berman,
Yes.
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Mr. Pascal,
Yes.
and Mr. Finglas.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, board members.
Motion
Thank you, staff.
passes. The project is approved. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chair, that concludes all of the applications that require only 4 board members present. We do have 2 discussion items this morning. We have one discussion item regarding the Australian pines on Pine Tree Drive update. Ms. Elizabeth Wheaton, the Director of the Environment and Sustainability Department, is going to be joining us to give the board this update. She is not able to join until 11, which is, about 15 minutes away, so she should be joining us very shortly. In the meantime, we can move on to the other discussion item, which is a National Register nomination that the State of Florida Office of Historical Resources actually prepared. That has been posted online and was sent to the board members. This brief amount of background, the current property owner at 5208 Alton Road actually reached out to the state and requested what is called a preliminary site information questionnaire. That application form is online, so if anyone is watching and owns a historically significant single-family home, you can actually go to the State of Florida Historical Resources website. They do have a form you can fill out for your own property, and the form will then be transmitted to the staff of the department, and they will perform some preliminary research to see if there is potential that the structure could be eligible for listing on the National Register of Historic Places. So that's how this is coming to you now. This property owner had done that. The state took an initial look. We worked at the planning department very closely with the state to provide them historical documentation of the site. They have written a report. They believe that the home is eligible for listing on the National Register. The next step, as outlined in the letter from the state, would be to be reviewed by the Florida National Register Site Review Panel. They will vote on whether or not to transmit this to the Park Service. And then ultimately the Secretary of Interior for the federal government would decide whether it should be listed on the National Register or not. So in order for the state to move forward with this, they are requesting that the city's local historic preservation board review the report and the documentation and make a recommendation to that review panel, which will be meeting in August, as to whether or not you believe that this site is eligible to be listed on the National Register of Historic Places. The Planning Department has prepared a draft resolution. We have reviewed the documents. It's an exceptional house. It was constructed in 1926, so it is one of the earliest remaining single-family homes on Miami Beach. It's also an incredibly unique style. It is in the Mission Revival style of architecture. So we are very supportive of the homeowner's request for the National Register listing, and we are recommending that the board endorse this proposal and transmit the resolution to the State of Florida Review Committee for this particular application.
Thank you, Debbie. Is this just open for board discussion since it's not a public comment, or is it?
You know, I think if there's a member of the public who would like to speak about it, it has been posted online. Then we do have some time this morning until we have our 5th board member.
Is there anybody online? No.
I don't see anyone on Zoom.
Present, Mr. Serraldo.
Yes, hi, Daniel Serraldo with Miami Design Preservation League. First of all, thank you so much to the owner. It's so amazing. We still have hope that we have enlightened owners here on Miami Beach, and for somebody to take such initiative to list their property on the National Register of Historic Places is amazing. I was hoping the owner would be here because I was going to try to speak with them and get them to participate more with our efforts. But Debbie, maybe can you let us know, like, what are some incentives that, or what brought the owner? Is it just pride, or at this point, or are there economic incentives? Thank you.
So we've had a conversation with the state as well. In this particular instance, there doesn't appear to be an actual, specific reason for wanting to do this. The homeowner obviously feels very strongly about the quality and historical significance of the home, and has lived there for a very long time. And out of posterity, I believe they would really just like to have the home recognized as a very historically significant property. And we are extremely supportive of that. We work very closely with the state of Florida. If you remember a couple of years ago, they also prepared 2 National Register nominations, one for the Giller Building on 41st Street, which was ultimately listed on the National Register of Historic Places. This board did support that nomination. They also prepared one for the Publix on Dade Boulevard. While it was determined to be eligible for listing and supported by this board, ultimately the property owner declined to consent to the listing in the National Register. So although the research has been done and the state has that on record as eligible for listing, that particular property was not listed. It's important to note that owner consent for National Register listing is required.
I must add to that I shop there every day, and I'll have to talk to them about that because I think it's a fabulous building, and there's really no reason on earth why that shouldn't be included as well, but I understand the rules.
But the state really does a great job, and I think, for anyone listing, it doesn't have to be a single-family home. Any type of commercial building, for commercial properties, and to answer, I think it was Daniel's questions, there are some significant incentives. There is an income tax program, which is a 20% rehabilitation income tax credit, which can be substantial. The city of Miami Beach has the largest percentage of these tax credits in the entire state. And in order to avail yourself of that, number one, you would need to be an income-producing property. So single-family homes would not be eligible for that particular program. But if you are an income-producing property with an income tax, that's where you could see a significant savings. However, you have to either be listed on the National Register of Historic Places or be certified by the National Register for that program. We have currently in the city 4 National Register Historic Districts, so every building within those National Register districts that is a contributing building is eligible for that 20% tax credit. That is for improvements being done to the property. We also have one nationally certified historic district, which is the Ocean Beach Historic District. That's not listed on the National Register, but because they went through the certification process, those properties are also eligible for the income tax program. The Fontainebleau is probably the most famous one. that happened, I think, around in 2008, 2009, where that particular property and the property owner individually listed themselves. They applied for individual listing on the National Register of Historic Places. That was approved, and I believe their tax savings was close to $100 million. So, that's probably the largest one in the state, and I believe it is. But many other properties we've seen in the Collins Waterfront District take advantage of this. For single-family homes, because they're not income-producing properties, there is not as much of a financial incentive, but there are certain programs out there, including facade easements, that can offer financial incentives to homeowners.
And they're held through the City of Miami Beach or through MDPO or through Dade Heritage Trust?
For a facade easement, I know the Florida Trust does handle facade easements. They accept them. I'm not sure. Dade Heritage Trust, I believe, also does. I'm not sure if MDPL has any facade easements. I can tell you that the city actually gave an easement to the Florida Trust for the Colony Theater on Lincoln Road. So it's a program that the City of Miami Beach has participated in. And it's something that maybe a lot of property owners don't know a lot about. But
someone can give an easement on a private house to the City of Miami Beach?
No.
Okay.
The city has given one to, I know the Florida Trust for Historic Preservation has a facade easement program. I think the National Trust for Historic Preservation also has a similar program. The Dade Heritage Trust may, but do they, Laura? I think they have a facade easement program as well at the Dade Heritage Trust.
Okay, thank you very, very much.
Debbie, I also had a question on single-family homes because this has come up in a few, incentive historic meetings I've been in. Is it true that there are certain flood insurance exemptions? I mean, that's a double-edged sword. I don't advise people not having flood insurance, but is that?
So historic properties for a while under the National Flood Insurance Program did have were being subsidized. However, a few years ago, those subsidies are now currently being phased out. That is something the city, globally, several departments within the city, including our city manager's office, are working very closely with FEMA on flood insurance rate, particularly for historic properties, but that subsidy is being phased out, which is a concern. The city is concerned about that. There are certain building code, for lack of a better word, exemptions that are eligible for National Register listed properties or locally designated properties. For example, properties that are either National Register listed or locally designated are eligible to obtain floodplain waivers, meaning if they're exceeding 50% of the depreciated building value for a project, that they are eligible to retain the existing finished floor of the home. If they were not historically designated, the entire house would be required to be raised to a minimum of base flood plus one. Sorry, which in most instances is 9.
Okay, thank you. I just would like to say something about this nomination. I'm so pleased to see it. I think it's one of the highlights of the year. I remember the Giller Building being recognized by the National Register, which is very, very worthy. And I just wish there were so many more private property owners, both commercial and residential, who would take this step or at least have their structure or their house locally certified, because that's so important. We need to get as many of these certified as possible to protect them for the future. To show you how strong I feel, I took your motion and I already signed it because I think it's probably the most important thing.
We need to vote.
I know. But symbolically, it's very important. I think that of all the things this board does, this is probably the most important. So I fully concur, and I hope everybody else does too. Anybody else want to say anything?
I would. I think it's worth celebrating this sort of thing, and I wonder if there's anything this board can do that the homeowner would be okay with to call attention to it. Maybe a feature story in the local magazine or
a ceremony.
I think it would be nice, to recognize the efforts of citizens to step up and do this sort of thing. And, to bring attention to it, because maybe there are other people in similar circumstances that, don't know how to go about it, that are on the fence about it. And so, to celebrate it, to call attention to it, I think is something that we should, facilitate somehow. Not sure what that means, but...
Yeah, absolutely. Staff is going to continue to follow this. It's quite a lengthy process. In August, the state will meet to determine whether or not this is moving forward to Washington, D.C., but we'll reach out to the property owner. We'll extend the gratitude the board has expressed today, and we could, hopefully, if when this is listed on the National Register, we could invite the homeowner to speak or to attend the meeting just to be congratulated. I think that would be...
Have a house cake for her.
I don't know the homeowner personally. I think one of our board members may. I think Mr. Klein may actually know the homeowner, to gauge their level of comfort in appearing in front of the board, but we can certainly reach out to them.
To what Rick said, assuming it moves forward, could we put a request out, say to the press department and maybe Miami Beach Magazine to maybe do a piece to celebrate the designation?
We can. I would like, because, of the nature of a single family home and privacy issues potentially, I would like to reach out to the homeowner first and see what their comfort level is.
Very good. Anybody else down here? No? Everybody's happy. Okay.
Okay, do we have a motion to
I'll
support to adopt the resolution that was provided? Was that Mr. Pascal made a motion?
Second.
Mr. Finglass seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous. Excellent. Thank you very much. That resolution has been adopted, and we will transmit that to the state of Florida. I see Elizabeth Wheaton has joined us in person in the chambers, and she is going to give you a brief update with regard to the Australian pines located on Pine Tree Drive. As you know, Pine Tree Drive, the right-of-way portion is a local historic site. And Elizabeth and her staff have been providing the board with an update pretty much annually. I'm not sure, last year, I think, with COVID, we may not have had an update for you, but the board has been receiving regular updates over the past several years.
Great. Thank you, Debbie. I do have a brief presentation, but I can start giving an overview as that is brought up. In 2001, the pine trees along historic Pine Tree Drive were designated by this board as being historic. So since then, we've been working very closely with Miami-Dade County in order to protect the Australian pines. It should be noted that Pine Tree Drive is a county road, so while the county is typically responsible for maintenance of the trees along a county road, the city has taken on that responsibility. As part of that, we do biannual, every 2 to 3 years, we do a tree assessment to understand the health of these trees and making sure that we do the necessary pruning in order to keep the trees in place. So unfortunately, here, go to the next slide. We have 4 Australian pines that, per our last assessment done in 2020, have been deemed a hazard and will need to be removed. The first 2 are located at the northern section of the corridor. One is directly adjacent to Pine Tree Park, and the other one, as you can see, is located on the next block. Next slide. And so those 2 Australian pines are located in the middle median, where the final 2 are located on the western part of the right-of-way, closer down toward 28th Street. So next slide. Okay, that's the end of the presentation, so you could see where they're located. The plan would be to retain the county. They'll help us with those removals, and we'll continue to do assessments and pruning as needed. We'll be providing this board updates. I do want to note that the Urban Forestry Master Plan, which was approved in October of 2020, does provide a strategy of how we move forward, understanding that these trees do have a lifespan. We're working to extend that life of each of those trees. However, recognizing if we don't begin planning now for that transition, we're going to be left in a place where it's completely barren. So the idea is to plant some other species such as slash pines, as well as some cypress that could help us transition into having that same look, but also having large trees to the future. So again, before we do any planting of that sort, we will come back to this board. I just want to make you aware of some of the future thoughts and discussions that we're having internally.
Thank you. Any questions?
I guess I'm just curious, how far out do you see that new planting beginning?
Sure. When we have major storm events, we do have a lot of damage to these trees. After Irma, we had a number of Australian pines, unfortunately, that did have to be removed. My recommendation would be in the next year or two that we come back to this board with a transition plan, because we are starting to see some gaps where we could begin doing some soil remediation and replanting. So again, I think that with the GeoBond reforestation efforts, we do have funding to begin this work. So my recommendation would be that we'd come back in the next year and present a plan for your approval.
I have a question.
Kirk?
I mean, this is very interesting, obviously, with celebrated historic trees in Miami Beach that are also Class 1 invasives. Is that correct? And I know there's ancient history with the board. I know that many years ago, I think when Herb Sosa was the chair, is when you started introducing the slash pines, right? And testing out how they would do. And I've personally seen, a few of them wither away and die. You do not, if an Australian pine dies, is there instances where you replant a new Australian pine, or it's
a classified species, so we're not even allowed to plant any of
them.
I mean, even though we've designated these and are protecting them, we can't add any additional.
Why not? I don't understand the process. Why not? Who decided that?
So they're a non-native species, which are incredibly invasive. So, the birds pick up their seeds. They, for example, in the dune system, we'll see Australian pines pop up, and we have to get them immediately because once they begin to grow, the toxins within the root system begins to...
I understand that, but in this particular place, the street historically is named Pine Tree Drive because of these trees. So I think it's totally logical to plant other things there when you could plant the same thing. I just don't get it. I've never understood the logic behind that. As if it were a non-native species, when they originally went there, they were non-native species then. They may not have been recognized as such, but they are historic because they've been there since the beginning of Miami Beach, basically, or that road. So I don't understand what's so evil about putting them back and controlling where their offspring fly. I just think it's wrong to take those trees down, not replace them with what was there, because they're the very definition of why the street is there. To me, I know I'm in the minority, but I can't agree with you on that. But with all due respect.
And again, it's not my decision.
And
this is coming from Miami-Dade County as well as the state of Florida.
They're not always right,
I don't disagree with you. And I think, again, we can have that more detailed discussion in the future. I just wanted to make sure that this board was aware of these removals, understanding that there is an interest to protect as many as possible, and knowing that we are taking those steps to reduce the amount that we have to remove. Yes?
I actually wasn't done, and I didn't mean to steer the conversation in that direction, because I know, there's other private building owners and homeowners that deal with seeds being dispersed, and then they have Australian pines, and it's their problem to deal with. So wasn't trying to make a call on that issue. I was just really very interested in knowing where we are in terms of the Australian or the slash pines sort of maybe having worked or maybe not have. I know there's the discussion about the chemicals that those trees put into the ground. And actually, when you mentioned it, it's the first that I've heard cypress mentioned, which is intriguing to me. So I was just sort of curious to see where you are in terms of the thinking on alternative trees that might be viable. Are cypress a possibility?
Yes, that was identified as a species that would provide a similar look that we have with the Australian pines. One of the requests that we had from the consultant that put together the urban forestry master plan was to identify trees that would have a very similar look and feel as the Australian pines, but legally we would be allowed to plant. As it relates to the success of the past slash pine projects, one of the things that we did not do was soil remediation as part of that. That would have to be a part of any plan, would be to remove soils, bring in clean soils, and figure out what that would look like. We have not done that analysis yet.
Have we tried piloting cypress trees to see how they might do in that environment?
We have not. We would, before we did any pilot of that sort, we would come back to this board to get your approval.
Okay, all right. Thanks very much.
Okay, anyone else have any?
Hi, Jackie.
Yes, I was
Nancy from the Stars.
I was going to introduce. Thank you, Elizabeth. We very much appreciate the updates.
Thank
you. We have been joined by a board member, Liebman. She has just joined us.
I hope we don't lose Elizabeth because I want to.
Oh, you have a question for? Okay.
Okay, ready? I'm not used to getting in the middle, so I don't know. I was here about a half hour and I didn't know how to get on. Anyhow, I have been at several meetings of the city about trees. What is this? I have a message now, Okay, I see. Okay, so I know that there is a lot of angst going on in the city over the trees and losing the trees. And the biggest problem that I see, which I think should be part of what we do, at the last place that I was at listening to the trees, it was about less than a month ago. And it seems that a lot of the trees that are being taken out or proposed to be taken out have to do with development in our city. I don't know if that has been an issue that's been discussed, but I know it's outside of our board. But I think it should come inside of our board because if trees, and I'll let Elizabeth express this because she's been at all of the meetings on behalf of the city. So it just doesn't seem right that we are losing trees to accommodate developers. That's what it amounts to as far as I know. I haven't been to any other meetings since I was away, but I'm back now and I'm happy that this issue has come the day I walked in. So I don't know if Elizabeth would like to talk about it or.
Sure, I'm happy to talk about our tree removal process. So any new development is required to obtain a tree permit from our urban forestry division. As we look at plans, we work closely with our planning department to ensure that the project is meeting the minimum code standards. So for every tree removed, canopy has to be placed back in the form of canopy trees. So for every palm or tree that's removed as part of the development process, additional tree canopy needs to be planted. In instances where a single property cannot do the replantings on their private property, they can and will work with the developer to either plant trees in the adjacent right-of-way or other areas in the neighborhood, or they pay into the tree trust fund. The tree trust fund is then used for future reforestation efforts. Something to note with the city code, one of the goals is to increase our tree canopy, so to increase the shade trees in our city so that we have more walkable streets, we have cooler streets, as well as more diverse canopy. That's very important because if we were to have disease that would come through our city and we have only a certain percentage of types of trees, we're going to get hit much harder. So one of the things that the Urban Forestry Master Plan does recommend is the transition from 57% palm trees to a greater percentage of tree canopy. And in order to achieve that, it's not removal of palm trees, but rather addition of canopy trees. And that is our goal, is to continue to have that lush tropical vibe that we all know of as Miami Beach, but to have more shade canopy so that we have more of the environmental benefits, including uptaking stormwater, cooling the air, treating the air so we have less pollutants. All of those are benefits that we see with tree canopy.
So are you saying that no tree gets taken out unless there is a review of what it is? And even if it's a developer who's looking to use the space, of course, before their project has gone through after the project is finished is not the kind of issue that I'm talking about. Before, do they, how do you, how are you able to see all of that's happening? Because at the meetings that I've attended, there have been people who got up and talked about how their trees were removed from in front of their house and they didn't know anything about it. So how strong is this push to save trees and not allow developers to mix in and get in the way early on with their project?
I think these are fantastic questions. So a great example is actually that we're dealing with this week. We have a property which received the Design Review Board approval, and they have a number of trees located in the footprint of the new building. So per DRB requirements, those trees can be removed. We're working with the applicant to make sure that we have proper mitigation for those trees. However, there is a number of trees located outside of the building footprint that the developer would like to remove, doesn't want to have on their property. And our Urban Forestry Division works very closely with their arborist as well as their landscape architect to make sure that the plan is redesigned to protect those trees. The only trees that can be removed during construction are those which are not in good health and present potential safety problem, or those which are located within the building footprint. The first goal, if the trees are in the building footprint, would be to relocate those trees on site. However, relocation is not always possible, and that's when we go to other forms of mitigation. But I can assure you that if a tree is healthy and not impacted by construction, the goal of our Urban Forestry Division is to make sure that those trees remain.
I just have a question in regard to what Nancy said and what you just said. I've had a recent experience over the past 4 or 5 months with a developer who talked to you all and who told you that the trees in question were, quote, trash trees, unquote, that weren't worth saving. And I think that someone in your office may have agreed with them because some of them disappeared, which were offering tremendous shade. So I think you need to double check and triple check when a developer comes to you, especially near an historic site, and says that these trees aren't, something very special that Kirk might approve of as a native species, but are, quote, trash trees, and therefore they all need to go. It's another example of a developer coming in and trying to twist the facts to meet his desire. And I think, with all due respect, I think you all need to watch that very carefully, because they are getting away with it. I'm proof of the pudding. So thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to ask, based on what Jack just said, Debbie, do you think that it would be interesting for us when a developer is trying to remove trees for no good reason, which I think a lot of them have been taken out, that we add something to our regular our board meetings when there are questionable things like that? Would that help? If it's just going to interfere with Elizabeth's work, I'm not suggesting it. But would it interfere for us to take a little look as these questionable trees start falling down?
Nancy, I think that's a really good point. I think when projects are coming before the board that you're reviewing for either new development or modifications, we do require a tree disposition plan. Prior to finalizing our staff recommendation, we consult with Urban Forestry and other members of Elizabeth's department to come up with recommendations. Because so many of our projects are quite complex, we often do not discuss. It's very rare that the board will start discussing tree removal. But I think for the board members that we do provide that information in the plans. The applicant is required to submit that. And I think it's something that we could start taking a closer look at. It is well within the purview of this board to issue recommendations or conditions on a development project with regard to landscape, including any existing trees that may be proposed to either be relocated or removed. So, and staff can also do a better job with bringing some of those issues that we believe may be significant to the board's attention in maybe a more prominent way during our review.
Thank you. I'm happy that you say that. It's not like we need extra work to do, but this has become a hot button in the city, so I think we should be doing a big job with it. Thanks.
Thank you, Nancy. Laura.
Elizabeth, thank you for the update. I think it brings and Nancy, I totally agree with you, and Jack's comment, everyone's comments actually, because I do think part of just the wider philosophy of historic preservation is how it integrates with sustainability practices. So it's a great point. I really look forward to seeing the report that you guys put together, because the more that we can really work together, I think historic and just existing resources, the embodied energy in those buildings is so often overlooked, and I think missing in just the wider resiliency sustainability planning. So the more we can integrate and work together and closely, on a per project basis or on these more comprehensive planning, I think it's where I'm sure everyone on this board is extremely supportive of that. So thank you for the update.
Beautiful, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
Good to see you. Debbie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We do have lunch delivered. I know it's a bit early. We weren't sure of the timing of this meeting, but Ms. Lieben has joined us now, so we can move on to the next application, or we could take a break, whatever the board.
What is the next application?
The next application is 121st Street. This is the Seagull or Bulgari Hotel project.
That's probably going to be lengthy, don't you think?
Yes.
So maybe we should break now.
Okay. Would you like to take a
No? The public doesn't want to break?
I mean, at some point you probably will need a break. It's up to the board.
You want to do this one and then we'll break?
It's up to the board.
What do we think? Break? Okay. Andiamo. Moving on.
Okay, so we're moving forward. HPB file 20-0442. This is 121st Street. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the partial demolition, renovation, and restoration of the existing hotel building, the total demolition of an accessory cabana structure, the construction of ground level and rooftop additions, one or more waivers, and a variance to relocate signage to a non-street facing facade. Mr. Chair, the staff has met with the applicant over the past several months, if not longer, and we're very pleased with the thoughtful approach to the design of the project that is being presented to you today. We did start working with the applicant very early on in the design phase, and I just wanted to point out that staff has had an extremely productive working relationship with the entire design team, which will be introduced to you shortly by the applicant. And we are generally very supportive of the project. The subject structure is a contributing building within the Ocean Drive Collins Avenue Local Historic District. It was constructed in 1950. It's an excellent example of the post-war modern style of architecture designed by Albert Annis. The proposed project does consist of 100 hotel units. It also includes amenities, including ground level, full-service restaurant, and a second-level spa. As part of the subject application, the applicant is proposing several improvements to the property. Probably one of the more significant areas of the request are the south and east additions. These are the ground level, multi-story ground level additions that are currently being proposed. In order to construct both of these additions, the applicant is requesting near total demolition of the south and east facades. Staff would note that the south portion of the building has no significant architectural features and has been completely obscured from view since the 1990s by the multi-level parking podium of the building to the south, which is the Setai, specifically their parking podium has completely obscured this side of the building. Further, the eastern facade, we did note that it does employ a modest architectural grid design. We believe this feature that is proposed to be reinterpreted in the new East Edition staff is supportive of the demolition and the reinterpretation of this feature. We believe will preserve the character of the district. Consequently, we have no objection to the demolition on either the east or south facades. We're very supportive of the design direction of both of the additions. We do believe they respond appropriately to the architectural vocabulary of the post-war modern structure. In this regard, the horizontal fin screens that clad the north and south sides establish a clearly compatible yet contemporary relationship with the existing contributing building. With regard to the rooftop addition, the applicant is proposing to construct an approximately 9,400 square foot rooftop addition that will be approximately 15 feet tall, including a swimming pool and deck located above. Staff has outlined in your recommendation the line of sight criteria. Since this is a uniquely sited building that has a municipal parking lot, which was formerly part of the original Collins Park. That is a significant amount of right-of-way. The rooftop addition will be visible. However, for the reasons outlined in our report, we are recommending that the board approve the rooftop addition with one minor modification with regard to the roof overhang, which we are recommending be reduced to a maximum projection of 4 feet, which we believe will help mitigate that view. They're also proposing some modifications to the entryway and portico share. Staff has no objections. We would recommend that the lighting, not the sign on the portico share. So I think in MDPL's memo that they distributed, I believe they thought staff was requiring or recommending that the Seagull signage on the portico share be reintroduced. We're recommending that just the lighting element, the neon lighting element in the portico share be reintroduced. The applicant is also proposing some modifications to the lobby. We would note that staff has been unable, and the applicant has been unable to find any historical documentation of the lobby. The existing lobby does not have any original features that staff was able to determine. So we have no objection to the proposed modifications of the lobby. The applicant is also proposing some modifications to the 1- and 2-story eastern wing. No objections to that because we actually believe that the new design will enhance the district by introducing more transparency at the sidewalk level and should improve the pedestrian experience along this portion of the property. Finally, the applicant is proposing a complete renovation of the rear yard, including the construction of a new swimming pool and deck, the demolition of the existing 1-story cabana. We have no concern relative to these proposed modifications. Finally, we noted in the staff report and we issued a supplemental staff recommendation with regard to the non-conformances section. We've taken a look at this several times internally, and at the time of the writing of this report, we did not believe it was necessary for the applicant to request the waiver. After taking a second look, we, in an abundance of caution, we are recommending that the board approve the waiver, and this waiver is due to the threshold of demolition that is currently being proposed to the interior side elevation. We are recommending that the board approve the waiver in order to retain the building's existing non-conforming setback and parking credits. So basically what that means is the building itself is non-conforming to the current parking requirements and is non-conforming to the setback. All what we're asking the board to do is to allow that to remain. So that would not have to be modified to be consistent with today's code. They would be allowed to retain their existing setback, and they would be allowed to retain their non-conforming parking credits. Finally, the applicant is requesting one very minor variance in order to introduce a modest Bulgari sign located on the western facade of the building. This is an extremely unique property as it is an oceanfront property that does not have frontage on Collins Avenue. And to that end, they are asking for their sign to be placed on the western facade that fronts onto Collins Avenue. However, there's an intervening property between the right-of-way and this private property. Therefore, that the western facade would not be considered facing a street. And that is the reason the applicant is requesting a variance. We would also note, and I think we noted in the report, that historically this building did have signage in the approximate same location on the western elevation. So we do believe that there are some significant practical difficulties with introducing signage on this building, and in order to be consistent with the historic location, we believe that the variance is warranted and should be approved by the board. I am available for any questions that you may have. And with that, I will turn it over to the applicant for their presentation.
Thank you, Debbie.
Good morning. Carter McDowell with Bills and Sundberg.
And Carter, has your team been sworn in?
No, they haven't. I was just about to say
No.
we really need to swear in our whole team. We have people both on Zoom and here in the room that need to be sworn in, including me.
Can you have your team on Zoom raise their hand so we can unmute them?
I believe they have been brought over.
Okay.
It's Joseph and I believe Christine and Michael.
Great.
And then Patricia Viel is with Joseph.
Okay, Jason, I see his entire team is here, both on Zoom and in person, so I think we can swear them in.
Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yes.
Yes.
I also believe that we should do some disclosures. I did send emails and make some phone calls to some of the board members, asking to meet with them and to talk with them. I did meet and talk with Rick Lopez prior to this hearing, and actually I had some email exchanges with Jack, who basically said he didn't need to talk. And otherwise, those were the meetings that we've had. Obviously, we've been meeting with staff, honestly, for the better part of a year on this project. It's really been quite a wonderful odyssey so far. So we are here representing BHI.
Are there any additional board? Nancy, I see Nancy's waving. If you could yourself, Nancy.
Oh, that's true. I apologize. Graham Penn did meet. My co-counsel Graham Penn did meet with Nancy about the project too. I forgot because I was not part of that because I was with MDPL at the time. So,
if there are no other ex parte communications, may proceed.
So we're here on the Seagull Hotel at 121st Street, owned by BHI Miami Limited Corp. We have here today with us Arthur Marcus, who prepared the Historic Resources Report, Patricia Viel and Joseph Montaloni, with the internationally acclaimed design firm of Chiterio Viel, who are the designers, both exterior and interior, for all of the Bulgari hotels around the world, who are the design architects and designers for this project. They will be appearing virtually from Milan, Italy. Louis Rovelta and Barbara Paderoli, our local architects of record, are here. Louis will be shortly, I think. Barbara is here. And we have, again, through Zoom, our landscape architects from the Threshold Landscape Workshop, who will be available to answer questions also. It's a pleasure to be back before you. We were before you on the building height ordinance briefly, not about the project, although we did make a brief presentation about the project at the time. This is the right project at the right time for Miami Beach. We are literally taking a former Days Inn and converting it to a 5+ star luxury product. It is exactly what the City Commission has sought to achieve, to elevate the guest experience throughout Miami Beach. And as was mentioned earlier with regard to the discussion of the Bass Museum, this particular neighborhood really has elevated itself and continues to do so, and we look forward to playing a strong role in helping elevate itself further. The Bulgari brand is involved in arts and culture in each of their locations, and they look forward to being part of the Collins Park neighborhood as we move forward. As you've heard before, this will be the first Bulgari hotel in the United States. Miami Beach will join a remarkable pantheon of extraordinary cities around the world hosting a Bulgari hotel: Milan, Italy; London; Beijing; Shanghai; Bali; Dubai; Paris; Rome; Moscow; and Tokyo. A remarkable listing of incredible international cities, and Miami Beach will join that group as a host of a Bulgari hotel. This project comes before you with the support of literally everybody, except our immediate neighbor, the Setai, and you will certainly hear more about that, as you have in the past. We have the support of the City Administration, Planning, the Manager's Office, and the Public Works Department, the Land Use and Sustainability Committee, the Finance and Economic Resiliency Committee. This board supported the height ordinance, the Planning Board, the City Commission, which passed the building height ordinance and the roadway vacation unanimously, twice during the months of May, over the objections, I might add, of the Setai on both of those instances. So we have the support of everybody. Perhaps even more importantly, We have the support of the Collins Park Neighborhood Association. We have the support of the Miami Beach Chamber of Commerce. We have the support of the Greater Miami Beaches and Hotel Association. And certainly, last but not least, we have the support of the Miami Design Preservation League Advocacy Committee, who supports this project. We're proud of that record. We've worked hard to make sure that the community understands the project, and I believe that this is a truly remarkable project. Unfortunately, because of the Satai's opposition, this could lead to litigation. I'm going to unfortunately need to address some of their issues on the record, because if they should appeal this board, it will be on the record that is created here. So the Satai, as a starting point, is one property. It's not two. You're going to hear Mr. Robbins, I believe, refer to the Dempsey Vanderbilt Hotel as if it is a separate hotel. It's not. It's part of the Satai Hotel Miami Beach. The Satai Hotel, and I passed out some materials to you. The Satai Hotel Miami Beach, according to their own website, has 87 units in the Art Deco building, as they describe it, and 54 units in the Ocean Suites building. It is one hotel operating in both properties. The name Dempsey Vanderbilt actually doesn't appear on their website. The Satai Hotel Acquisition LLC, which is the owner of a majority, not all, of the hotel units in the Art Deco building, also owns the hotel unit, the utility unit, and some other units, and which encompasses all of the common property throughout the entire project. So it is not two separate properties. I'd ask the audiovisual folks to pull up our presentation, and I'm going to talk to you a little bit about our presentation, and then I'm going to turn it over to the more important people for this, the design folks. Next slide, please. So this is the aerial photograph that gives the context. What you see in the foreground on the bottom right is the W Hotel. Almost 20 stories tall, 200 feet tall, and an FAR 3.0. You see our property outlined in blue on the south side of Collins Park. We're a whopping 8 stories in our current configuration. We are limited to an FAR of 2.0. Surrounding us, both to the west and to the south, you see the Satai. The Satai is built in an FAR of 4.34 and is 393 feet tall. As you can see in this, even in this view from this distance, you can see the parking structure to our south. The parking structure is 107 feet tall. Our project will be 105 feet tall with the rooftop addition that we are asking you to approve. So the parking garage will be virtually the same height. With us, it is currently a full story taller than our building. And you've probably seen it in person and in some of the pictures in the past, there is no finish on that north side that faces this property. Next slide. Here is really the most remarkable part of this story with regard to the Satai. On the left side, you see an historic aerial photograph. It is dated 1986, but it is the condition that existed until they began construction of the Satai Tower in 2001, 2002. That site where the tower sits was vacant. The Dempsey Barron, the Art Deco building that is part of the Satai, had unobstructed views to the east and to the south. Unobstructed views. We could have built our project and a lot more on our property, and they would have still had unobstructed views to the east and south. They blocked their own views with the construction of the tower. They completely obliterated our south views with that tower, with a parking garage that is taller than our building and extends the full east-west dimension of our property. So we were left, and by the way, the existing building is a double-loaded corridor, traditional, simple development. So half of our rooms face due south into a 11-story parking garage. So that has been the primary design challenge for this project. How do we address that wall that faces us and that cuts off the view? you will see that the real reason for the southern addition is to reorient those southern rooms to face east and to minimize the impact of that garage that remains. And we're going to go through that with you, and you'll understand it, but I think it's really important to understand this historic context. They blocked their views. Once they blocked their views, they're now claiming that we're responsible somehow for maintaining their view across our property, even though they could have easily maintained their own view to the ocean. They had it, but they chose to give it up. They are arguing that the city somehow granted them a view corridor across our property and that they have a property interest in that view corridor across our property. It's an absurd argument, to be perfectly blunt. And if you think about it, we're an FAR of 2 surrounded by an FAR of 4.3 and an FAR of 3 to the north. And, by the way, several more buildings further south of the Satai that are all at FAR of 3 and 3+. So if anybody has been negatively impacted by the regulations, it is our property, not theirs. With that, let me turn to the project itself. I'm going to ask Arthur Marcus to briefly talk to you about the Historic Resources Report, what is and is not there. After that, we're going to turn it over to Patricia Viel and Joseph Montalone from Citerio Viel, who are going to walk you through the whole design process and explain their thinking and how they've designed this property to be compatible with both the Satai. Interestingly enough, we spent many, many hours trying not to impact the Satai in this design process, despite their objections to the contrary. We do have some specific waivers that I will return to talk about briefly, and I would like to reserve a few minutes for rebuttal because I'm sure you're going to hear from Kent. With that, let me turn this over to Arthur and ultimately to Patricia and Joseph.
Mr. Chair, before they begin, the 10 minutes are about to elapse if they haven't already. Do you want to provide the presentation team more time?
Yes, grant them another 10 minutes to start.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair and members of the board, my name is Arthur Marcus, architect, and I prepared the Historic Resources Report. As a former chair of this board, it's good to be back before the board. 121st Street, as you know, was designed by the architect, the noted architect, Albert Annis, in the MIMO style of architecture. Annis was one of the very few number of architects able to successfully morph his style from the pre-World War II Art Deco and streamlined modern styles onto the post-war MIMO and mid-20th century modernism. Annis was continually fascinated with how to best animate the flat facades in his designs. A very prominent design feature of the north facade along 21st Street is the swooping canopy over the main entrance, which certainly animates the front entrance. Also, the continuously irregular horizontal bands of windows and the protruding balconies along 21st Street also recall the sleek international style, just as the design of the front facade contains an inherent energy and movement in the manner in which the balcony protrusions interact with the window bands. As he designed into so many of his designs, Annis gave special consideration to each elevation while also considering how his designs fit into the surrounding neighborhood context. It's most obvious that the current interior lobby design, consisting of I shall loosely call it a Spanish hacienda town square, is not the historic design for the lobby. Exploratory drilling into lobby floors and columns has revealed that there was no evidence of terrazzo, any former terrazzo floors, since the existing marble was directly installed atop the concrete slab. Unfortunately, as Debbie has said, without any original drawings or historic photographs, we really are unable to pursue this any further at this point. Just as an aside, this is located in one of the most storied neighborhoods in Miami Beach. Certainly the site of the former Roman pools where the current W Hotel is located. And also the Vanderbilt Hotel, which is part of the Setai, was originally the Vanderbilt Hotel, and it housed the very, very popular Jack Dempsey's restaurant, a la Dempsey Vanderbilt. It's wonderful to see this sensitive restoration and additions to this notable historic mid-century building, and we certainly hope you approve it today. Thank you.
Thank you. Arthur, yes.
With that, I would ask that Joseph and Patricia present the architectural details of the project to you and their thinking in their design as they move forward. And I think we need to go, probably 2 slides forward, but they can help direct that. One more slide, please. Joseph and Patricia, are you there? We can't hear you at the moment. Check and make sure you're not muted.
Can you hear us now?
We can now hear you.
Okay, fantastic.
Can you go back to the north facade comparison slide? Thank you, this one. This is Patricia speaking from Manchester Vial and Part-Time's office. So I said before, Bulgari has only 11 properties open or currently under processing development in the world. This is because Bulgari is a brand that does extremely carefully select the location for his hotel. They define it themselves contemporary jewelers, and of course hotellerie is not the core business of the company. They actually not act as hotelier in the industrial term, but they operate hotels like a kind of cultural extension of their brand values. That's why the selection for the location for Bulgari Hotel always falls on exceptional location, with very special environmental qualities, but also full of energy and cultural intensity. And this is why we, at the end, decided with Bulgari that Miami Beach should have been the first location for the first USA Bulgari hotel. This architecture by Albertines was selected also because, not only because of the location and the prestige of the historical architectural district, but also because it's modern architecture. The conservation and restoration and the regeneration of the historic building is actually an integral part of the design approach that we envisaged as a concept. The temporal depth and the belonging and the authenticity of the places are essential elements of the hospitality experience that the brands want to offer to the guests. One of the pillars of the concept is the belonging to a place and how we can contribute to both the regeneration and the cultural growth of the built and social context. Next slide. Here you see the 11 plus Miami Beach location in the world. We have been involved in all the project with Bulgari for the development, the design and interior design of the architectures. Next. And we wanted to show you some of the completed and ongoing project that testify the strategy that we always have in approaching existing building with the stated value. This is Milano. Next, please. Also from the 50s. Rome from the 30s. Moscow, early 19th century. Next. And this is Paris, which is also interesting, which seems not to be very conservative, But in agreement with the municipality and the historical board, we have been requested to design the corner, to redesign the corner, maintaining the structure of the building in order to rebuild the street wall in accordance with the quality of the environment. This is almost done and nearly to be open in fall. Next. So the Bulgari Hotel Miami Beach project, next slide. So we went through an historical analysis that sees in this building that has been built in late 50s a declared stylistic approach. This is a modern, Miami modern example, but in a very purified and simplified key. It has been designed by Albertanis, but in a period when he was also designing the Nautilus, 2 blocks south from here, with Maurice Lapidus and Maybe Grossman. So there is a lot of elements that are very, very close to the mainstream of this style, but in our view, they are particularly purified and somehow extreme in this building. One of the elements that is very strong and relevant for us is the fact that the strategy of the building attributes to the frontal role to the north and east facades, facing the open views on Collins Park and the ocean, with a strongly differentiated attitude to the secondary facade to the south and west, even if the west facade is actually facing Collins Avenue and very visible from the avenue. Next, please. The north facade is a balanced asymmetry, as you can see, supported by the strong vertical element in black terrazzo that is today hidden behind the white painting, and the gesture of the canopy. The smooth stucco coating, the alignment of the parapets, and the design of the ribbon windows is really representing the form and the language, very recognizable as a character of this historical building. And as such, this element will be restored and conserved and preserved. By its nature, however, the minimal language needs respect, distance, clarity of composition when approached with architectural addition. In this perspective, the extension
Mr. Chair,
of the building...
10 minutes has elapsed.
How much more time would you like?
At least another 10 minutes. I really do want her to have a chance to talk to you about the additions and the design.
If we can speed it up.
I believe she's hearing you. Thank you.
Okay. In this perspective, we executed the addition with a bristle limestone in order to be somehow not mimic with the style of the building, but creating a distinctive architecture, contemporary, but also accordingly with the style of the facade, the north facade.
Next slide, please. Okay, so here we're looking at, this is Joseph speaking, sorry, we're looking at a view of the existing structure, obviously towards the south and the Setai. Next slide. Our approach has been, as Patricia was saying, to restore the existing facade. At the same time, treat the new additions in a way that they're set back and they serve to frame the historic architecture in a way that they don't overwhelm it. So the treatment with the screen that you see to the left is a device that we're using so that the language is neutral in its respect of the existing architecture. Next slide, please. So this point of view is actually very important for us. So this is looking at the extension towards the east, the two-level extension that was mentioned earlier. At the moment, it has very limited connection to the surrounding public space. And part of our approach to the project has always been to integrate the project with its surroundings as much as possible. So next slide, please. So here you can see now at ground level the glazed and screened facade of the restaurant, which is looking directly out into the garden, and which we're also proposing to have a direct access to from the public space, so that not only is the restaurant accessible from within the hotel, but it's also accessible from the public space. The floor above is set back, and the wall is going to be treated again with landscaping so that it forms almost a backdrop to the garden. Next slide, please. So here we're looking obviously back from Collins Avenue towards the southeast. And I think there's a couple of points we want to make here. The importance of the north wall as envisaged by Anas, which obviously serves a purpose of addressing Collins Avenue. And I think the other feature is the west facade of the building, which is treated very much as a secondary facade in the initial architectural composition, but which is actually very much exposed to Collins Avenue. And for us was an important facade to elaborate and treat as a proper facade. So if we go to the next slide. So here you can see that we've restored the black terrazzo tiles of the vertical wall. You can also see that the west wall of the building has been treated very much more like a facade now. It's acknowledging the fact that it's visible from Collins Avenue, and it deserves that kind of respect within the composition. The rooftop addition is set back, it's treated again in a very neutral way, and what really reads through is the attention to the historic facade. Next slide, please. So obviously, we've been talking to some extent about the way the volumes have been added to the building. We produced this scheme early on. Obviously, we've studied different ways of making the additions to the building. And this is what we arrived at as the best solution. So on the left-hand side, you can see the existing massing in blue. As we go into the middle, the red actually represents part of the mass that we would want to take away, actually creating more relief towards the west and towards the setai. And then the view on the left shows where the additions are made. So this is primarily to the east and also to the south. Next slide, please. So just looking at what this means actually on a plan view. Just firstly, if I can explain, the red outline that you can see overlaid to the plan is actually the outline of the existing floor plan. So Bulgari is all about exclusivity, privacy, quiet. And so actually the number of rooms is being reduced substantially in the project to around 100 rooms. So you can see that in the place of 3 rooms and a corridor, we're actually producing two rooms typically. This has also allowed us to respond to the setai to the south, which was a challenge. So we've shifted the corridor further to the south, reducing the rooms facing that direction. And at the same time, the addition of the volume to the south redirects the view to the east, obviously to the beach, but also to the west, where actually, particularly the way we've positioned the volume to the south, which isn't right to the extreme west of the building, but actually set more towards the middle of the mass. It means that we open up views both to the west and to the east, which was important to us. Next slide, please. So you can see here on the slide to the left is the current situation with the kind of chasm, I suppose, which is opened up between the existing Seagull building and the car park structure and tower above the setai to the south. And to the right, you can see a conceptual massing of our approach. So we've extended the mass to the south, again, at the same time setting it further east from the existing west facade, so that we can create both openings and views as we do, both to the east but also to the west, as you can see in this facade, which is very extensively glazed also to the west. You can also note now in the view on the right this element of the screen that was briefly mentioned earlier. So if we go to the next slide. I'm moving quite fast because I know there's time constraints. Let me know if you want me to slow down on something. So you can see here a detail of the screen. So it's actually, the idea is to create large-scale elements which are going to be clad in a stone-like material, which is going to provide a buffer, if you like, between the rooms, as you can see on the detail on the right, and the setai on the left. This is, again, about creating privacy and screening from what is the car park building. At the same time, you can see on the view on the left the way the facade opens up, and it looks, and it's much more transparent, obviously, towards the east as it is to the west. Next slide, please. Okay, so looking to the east facade, this is actually something that, as we mentioned early on, we actually discussed with your staff at the early stages. The existing facade has a very prominent grid structure to it of the vertical separating walls between the loggia and, of course, the solid parapets of the balcony. You can also see in the forefront here the two-story height structure as it is today, and the setai obviously to the south. Next slide, please. So we're looking at a rendering back into the site. There's a couple of things I want to note here. Obviously, the landscaping has been critical to this project, and we've actually extended the landscaping deeper into the site, as we'll see on the floor plan coming up. There's a number of reasons for that. One is about creating this green oasis for our clients. It also helps us to some extent screen and the overlooking, if you like, of the tower building to our south. At the same time, on the balcony, you can see the detail that was introduced again in conversations with staff to in some way recall and replicate this grid detail of the existing facade. So we introduce these solid elements to the front of the glass balustrade and breaks within that solid element, which are replicating the position, if you like, of the vertical walls. So if we go to the next slide, just to explain the concept and the way it evolved within our treatment of the facade. Next slide. So just looking at the landscape plan, I mentioned also earlier that we had a number of objectives with the landscape plan. Obviously, our landscape architects are online as well to answer any questions in more detail. But we've extended the landscaping into the south of the building, where at the moment there's a car park. Also, we relocated the pool further into the lot, allowing us to create the coastal dune garden with filtrating treatment of the surface towards the east and the beach. And basically, we've tried to implement a garden which is respectful of the local fauna and the local materials which is available, and integrate this as well as we can with the surrounding garden. Next slide, please. So I spoke briefly before about the integration with the surrounding public space, and that comes at a visual level in terms of creating transparency of ground floor. And it also comes,
Mr. Chair, the additional 10 minutes has elapsed.
Okay, we really need to wrap this.
I think we will. I asked for 5 minutes just so he can go through the lobby change with you and the signage, and then we'll be there to answer questions.
Okay, I'll go even faster. So basically, we're proposing to lower the lobby slightly so the whole area is more accessible and at one level. Next slide, please. You can see here the lobby space now, which extends through to the lounge, which is addressing the internal pool area. All of this at one level, with the overpass above, which is for service. Next slide, please. So just a photo of the existing porte cochere with stairs and balustrade, and also a very steep ramp. In bringing down the level of the lobby, we're making the entrance much more accessible. We're also reinstating the facade at the entrance, as we see in the historical photo. And on the section below, you can see that lowering also the level is allowing us now to create greater accessibility at ground level while leaving the service connections at the floor above. Next slide, please. The existing lobby space, I think we've talked about this before. There's no real value here, unfortunately, for us to carry forward. Next slide, please. Just a very conceptual rendering of the lobby space. Here we will really, given that there was nothing really of historic value in the lobby as it is today, we drew strongly on the north facade. And so the corrugated treatment of the wall that we see just outside the entrance is actually carried through into the lobby, becoming one of its most defining elements. We're at the very early stages, and this is something that we'd like to talk with staff more and develop as we go forward. Next slide, please. Just a plan of the top floor, which again is set back from the north facade. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, just very quickly on signage, I'd just like to draw a distinction between signage, which is about identification, and instead elements of signage or symbolism, which are about the connection with the history of the project. Next slide, please. So just to make this distinction, as was mentioned earlier, we're proposing to have very lightly stenciled signage for the Bulgari Hotel on the west facade that you can see on the upper right-hand side of the rendering. You can also see on this slide on the black terrazzo wall an outline of a seagull in the position where it seemed to be initially on the neon signage. So if we go to the next slide. So again, the seagull for us is really about identifying the hotel in the future with its history. It's not about identifying the building in terms of identification, if you like, which would be the Bulgari Hotel, but connecting the Bulgari Hotel to the history that the building has. This is something actually which carries through on all the projects to one extent or another. Next slide, please. You can see on the right examples from other hotels, but basically very often there's a history to the building, and very often just in terms of layering that experience onto the Bulgari Hotel and that depth is something that we try to build on. So in terms of Miami, we see the image of the seagull, for example, being used as a symbol we see on the black terrazzo wall, but also being carried into the material which is produced for the hotel.
Creating somehow the contents of a storytelling about the building itself.
So that's us.
That's us.
We wrapped it up as quickly as we could.
Okay, thank you very, very much for your
as you can see, the collateral materials will show that image of the seagull throughout the hotel. Your bill and all of the paperwork that you see and is your room will recall the seagull through the imagery of the seagull itself. I had a few other remarks about the technicalities. Debbie has carried it, and I would reserve a little bit of time for rebuttal. Thank you.
I just wonder if nods and references are enough, though. Okay, Debbie, did you have something to?
No, I don't have anything to add at this point.
Okay, so we're going to open to discussion from the public?
Yes, we can open the public hearing portion. I see via Zoom. We'll start with the Zoom members. So anyone on Zoom, please raise your hand if you would wish to comment. Mr. Chair, I see the first speaker as Robin Jacobs.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, board members, and staff.
Hello, Robin.
Good
morning. Good afternoon. May I swear you in?
Please.
Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm here today in support of this proposed magnificent and modest renovation of the historic Seagull Hotel. I'm here as the capacity of the chairperson of the Miami Beach Chamber of Commerce. I'll leave the finer architectural details to others, but I believe this is the best example that I've seen of how a few modest additions can transform historic building, breathe life into it, and attract a five-star hotel such as the Bulgari Hotel to operate at this location. These proposed additions are compatible with the existing building and the surrounding built environment. I appreciate the fact that you all have an awesome responsibility. The economic livelihood of our hotels, restaurants, retail uses are dependent upon your thoughtful stewardship. I'm happy to report, as the chairperson of an organization that supports all businesses in our city, whether large or small, that all the foregoing uses I have described are flourishing and growing stronger under your stewardship. You all set a high bar for approval, and as a result, has ensured that our city remains a special place. I respectfully request that you all approve of the Bulgari Hotel application today. I firmly believe that your approval of Bulgari Hotel today will in the future be seen as one of the building blocks that led our city in a different and better path. Thank you for giving me time to express the support that the Miami Beach Chamber of Commerce has for the project. And we also have a resolution on record with the Miami Beach Commission, Miami Beach City Commission. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Robin. Any other speakers from the public?
Anyone on Zoom? Yes, Mr. Chair, I see Ray Breslin.
Good morning. This is Ray Breslin, and I'm representing the Collins Park Neighborhood Association. Can you hear me?
Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
The Collins Park Neighborhood Association was brought into this project at the very beginning. The presentation to us was amazing for this property. I've seen many different proposals for this property over the past 20 years, going back to when the James Hotel wanted to go there. And you have to understand that the SETI has been against any project that has come to this site, and of course they would be against this project today. The SETI is the tallest building in the neighborhood, and I and the Collins Park Neighborhood Association feel reorienting the rooms to face the ocean is appropriate. Bulgari did not pick this site just on a whim. If you think about it, you've got the Amen Hotel, which has been approved. You've got Fayana. You've got the Addition. You've got the flagship for One Hotel and Homes. You've got the flagship for the W. You have the SETI. They picked the perfect location within Miami Beach to bring the Bulgari Hotel here, and we should approve this. We should be very thankful that they did this. It's going to be a huge boost for our neighborhood, and the city benefited by $7.4 million that goes to public benefit for the city. So I think everything considered, and so does the rest of the board, you should approve this project today. It's been supported by everyone but the SETI. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Breslin. Any other Zoom people?
I do not see any other members on Zoom with their hands up at this time.
Okay, so we'll move on to members of the public from the audience.
Let me see. Good afternoon. Ken Harrison Robbins. My offices
Morning, Mr. Robbins.
Thank you for having me here. It's great to be live. I now have my office.
Mr. Robbins, may I swear you in before you begin?
Excuse me.
Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
My offices are 242 Northeast 27th Street in an architecturally restored 1925 house that was converted into a commercial use. So I appreciate what this board does. I think this board knows that I have a very strong historic preservation history, restoring the Seymour Hotel, restoring multiple projects and representing people that are pro-historic preservation. We're here basically because we like this project. And when I say we like this project, the overall feeling of the SETI community is this is a very good project, and we're supportive of it. However, there are certain situations and occurrences that have happened in the history of the site and the history of the ordinances of Miami Beach where things have changed and it impacted our particular building. My clients and the hotel acquisition group, which acquired 87 of the 88 units at the Dempsey Vanderbilt Hotel, purchased not before the project was built, but after the project was built. They are not the developers. They found this project as it was, and they purchased it. And they purchased some of the units in the Satai building, but they also purchased units at the Dempsey Vanderbilt. And at the time they acquired it, there was a specific prohibition that proposed additions shall not substantially reduce existing or established view corridors. But on May 26th, that protective language was removed from the ordinance by the city. Otherwise, you'd be making a determination at the applicability of that language. But those protections were removed from my clients. So I'm not going to argue about our guaranteed view corridors because the commission, we believe, illegally removed that. But we're preserving our rights, and we will protect our rights. And we are trying to still compromise, and we have hopefully another meeting with the developers to compromise on this issue. But I'd like to make a quick presentation just so you understand why my clients came out and objected to one small portion of the project, so you understand where we're coming from, that we're not opposing the project, but just a particular part in case we do come back. Would you please put up the presentation? Thank you. Next slide. This is, of course, the Dempsey Vanderbilt. It was built in 1937. It's a designated building. In the early 2000s, it had to be completely rebuilt because there were substantial structural issues. The predecessor developer spent well over $10 million just restoring the structure itself. So it's completely restored. May I have some more time?
Yeah, how much time would you like? You can request
I
it
figure
through the
about
chair.
5 minutes and I'll be finished.
5 minutes?
Hoping.
Thank you.
I'm hoping. Just next slide. Just another view. And let's go to the next slide. This is the view of the Dempsey Vanderbilt from the ocean. It's clearly clearly can be seen from the ocean and on the beach. There's a shot that was taken last week. Next slide. These were the views from that building where they had ocean views. Next slide. Those ocean views are going to be gone. To understand the massing, next slide, please. Next slide. As you can see, the addition is portrayed by that yellow rectangular structure, and that's the structure that's actually going to be blocking the views. Next slide. Next slide. As you can see, facing that would be east. The top side is the east side. That would be the structure. Before the change, that would have been limited to 50 feet. Now it's allowed to go up to the top of the building, so it's either 8 or 9, I believe 9 stories now. So it's essentially blocking multiple views. And next slide. Next slide. As you can see where that yellow addition would be placed with respect to the Dempsey. Next slide. And those are the views they have from their building to the ocean, and they're gone. So we like this project. We're still hoping that we will be able to go back to just having a 50-foot addition, and we're trying to work on that. Otherwise, we have no opposition to this project. We think it's a beautiful project, well planned. I think the presentation that was submitted online is excellent, probably one of the best presentations I've seen. We really like this project overall. But we have a problem here. There's a few things. The data analysis acknowledges that there's going to be an additional square footage added to the project from what's presently the right-of-way of Miami Beach and the right-of-way of the public. And that is going to be sold in a deal with the city for $7 million. And then that additional square footage derived from that land will then be added to the building, essentially giving it to 13,000 square feet, which is approximately the square footage that's impacting my client's building. So really, the city is actually facilitating this process. But what I don't understand is it's required that all persons that have an interest in the property are required to sign the application and to complete the board application and affidavits and disclosures, but the city itself never signed the application, though their land and property is part of it. And in the survey, they don't identify that which is the land that's going to be incorporated into the project. But in the zoning data, it specifically says approximately 13,500 square feet. So the city never really formally joined the application, though of course it's facilitating its efforts in every way it possibly can. I'm sure everybody knows what they have done. But they didn't even sign the application, and you would think they would have to sign the application and make all the disclosures required under the law. So we have an issue with that. And finally, the legal description that was submitted as part of the application does not include the right-of-way, which purportedly is going to be added to it. So these are technical issues that we object to, and we think that really the matter should be continued for 30 days and get the technical issues corrected, or else, you know, some of my clients may push me to challenge the correctness of this application through judicial challenge. And if we can get that resolved, at least that will not be an issue in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Debbie, shall we move on to, Daniel.
Thank you. Daniel Serraldo here on behalf of Miami Design Preservation League. Let me just pull this one up. Okay, so we did review the project several times with the applicant, and we're excited about the project and all the great things happening in Collins Park. We do support the staff's position in general. However, one element that we did go back and forth a lot within the committee is related to the request to rebuild the Seagull signage on top of the portico share. We just kind of felt, and we asked the applicant about it, and we liked their response about the balance and the rhythm of the different logos, and even seeing what Arthur Marcus found, the Seagull image of the hotel back in the early days, and how there was a big logo on that vertical element, which was painted a dark color. Yeah, that's such a great shot. And also the lighting along the balconies and things like that. So having that reference to the Seagull logo as a graphical element, but then having the Bulgari sort of very subtle on the top, seems like a very Miami Beach way to go about things, rather than like everything big and over the top. And because there isn't as much documentation of that original sign, makes it a little harder to require them to rebuild. It's also very sad about the lobby. I mean, honestly, the lobby that was there, like in the 90s, it almost looks like a fast food restaurant. I don't want to say which one. It's a place I go to frequently. But, I don't know, I don't understand how there could be no documentation of the lobby. But I don't know if anyone online or watching could find anything. But barring that, having that cove lighting and the sort of kind of modernist style that is similar to the Nautilus is probably a good way to go with that. So we are very excited about this. I think it's important to mention that other projects have asked for a lot of height and a lot of things, and this one is not. It is on a very difficult plot of land, and the Setai, which this board approved back in 2001, we're not going to name names who was there. I know nobody here was, but it really did have an impact on that block. And so we think that with this project, it will help bring it all back. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniel. Any other members of the public would like to speak? Okay, seeing none, public.
Mr. Chair, if I could just clarify a couple things that were said during public comment. To address Mr. Robbins' concerns about the view corridors, staff did address view corridors in our analysis, and I would point out that the board is required to contemplate view corridors within the Certificate of Appropriateness criteria. There are a couple of the criteria that deal with impact to view corridors, and view corridors from our perspective and our analysis is from the public view. So when we talk about preserving view corridors that are important to the district, we're talking about view corridors that are visible to the public at the pedestrian level. So that was analyzed as part of our recommendation. And just to clarify, staff is not recommending that the seagull sign on top of the portico share be reintroduced. We are recommending that the lighting cove detail of the portico share be reintroduced to a certain extent. And I just wanted to clarify those two things. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I might
yes,
just
sir.
address a couple things that Mr. Robbins said, and maybe show you some very quick slides. They were submitted as part of our presentation. First, the ordinance that exists today and that existed before the recent change by the City Commission in May allows the southern addition to be the same height as the existing building, subject to your approval of that addition. The only change that occurred in that ordinance was to allow that addition to rise one further floor to match the rooftop addition that we are asking you to approve. So if you approve the rooftop addition, which we certainly hope you will, the south addition can now match the height of the rooftop addition. Otherwise, it would be limited to the height of the historic building. The eastern addition is staying at the height of the existing building at 8 stories. It's not rising up to the rooftop addition. That was really the change in the ordinance that allowed us to have the rooftop addition and allowed that to rise. And it also, the 50-foot limitation did apply to the eastern addition, not to the southern addition. And it now does allow for you to approve. It doesn't mean that you have to approve it, but it does allow you to approve the eastern addition at the height of the existing building. Debbie's addressed the view corridor issue. I can tell you we will affect some of the views of some of the rooms in the Art Deco part of the Setai Hotel. We will not entirely block the views of the ocean from any of those rooms. There is no view of the ocean below the 5th floor because of the landscaping and the other things that occur between it and the beach. Those rooms are 1,000 feet from the water. 1,000 feet, 3 football fields away. It's not like they are a oceanfront room exactly. Think of center field in a baseball diamond and double it. That's how far away they are from the water. That's the ocean view that they are claiming that we are somehow negatively impacting. We are not. The documentation is in our presentation. And we would ask for your approval. One thing I would mention, and we are very supportive of the staff recommendation. We support the reintroduction of the lighting on the canopy. The canopy is to be restored completely. Everyone needs to know, though, that we are subject to the DEP turtle regulations, and we cannot use white light on any of our facades anywhere. It will have to be red. That's under the turtle rules, and it is, I asked, it is not waivable. I was hoping it was for an historic building. So we actually believe that we are hopeful that we will get permission to do the cove as it originally existed, although in red. As lighting goes up the building, we believe the DEP is not going to allow us to do that at all. They don't allow you to wash a building that's visible from the beach. And our north facade is very visible from the beach to the northeast. So we're hopeful that we're going to do our best to reintroduce as much as we can. We'll work with staff. We look forward to doing that. We do have the 2 waivers. One waiver is to allow the line of sight, some slight violations, if you will, of the line of sight. The historic building itself already does violate that line of sight in terms of our rooftop addition. There are, because of the undulating front, there are places where you will be able to see from that sidewalk the rooftop addition, but a majority of it will actually be obscured, as it is required to be by code. The other waiver is to, as Debbie correctly described, is to allow us to maintain the existing historic footprint of the building along 21st Street and to add the additions to the south and to the east. With that, we're available to answer questions. We look forward to working, Mr. Chair.
Question, I hope I didn't hear you say what I think I heard you say. What you're saying then is the turtle requirements don't allow you to do, let's say, for argument's sake, to replace this, even it's facing away from the beach?
It will still be visible. It will still cast a light onto the building that will be visible. We do not believe the DEP would permit us to have that lighting in that location. It would be red if we were able to do it.
Red, white, I don't care.
But we'd appreciate a dialogue about that issue if that's where you want us to go. But there are very severe lighting restrictions because that north facade is completely visible to the northeast from the beach.
Okay,
With that, we're here to answer any questions and not prolong this further.
Thank you. Any questions? Anybody? Questions? Okay, so we'll close public comment and move on to board discussion. A lot to discuss here. Who would like to go first?
Actually, Mr. Chair, I apologize.
Yes, sorry.
May I address one other technical? The reason the city didn't sign our application is because there was also a requirement in our application that we couldn't come before you until the City Commission had taken action on both the ordinance and the roadway vacation. So the roadway vacation makes that portion of the right-of-way part of our application. We own it, and therefore they are not required to sign the application. It was a condition of our process, and we worked long and hard with the city about the process. We've actually been at this since January, as you know.
Okay, thank you. Who would like to discuss something first? Kirk.
I actually do have a question, but I have a lot of notes here. And I'm really looking at this for myself because it's a considerable project, and concentrating on my role here as a member of this board. I want to say that I'm extremely supportive of this project and what is happening with the Seagull Hotel. It's also interesting for me, this hotel's location is very prominent, and it has a strong history in Miami Beach. Interesting for me, this project makes me actually look back to my own history in Miami Beach. It makes me feel a little bit old, thinking back to what this hotel was during sort of the renaissance of Miami Beach. And I can remember this hotel when I was underage in the 80s being the Kitchen, right, the goth club. And when I was still underage, it was a gay hotel, the Esplanade. It's interesting, and so it's interesting to see, for me, real time, because don't have an active part in Miami Beach's extensive history, but to see this sort of come full circle and have the opportunity to be revived as a fine hotel. That said, again, going back to my own considerations, I'm a little bit conflicted on certain areas, and I mentioned one of those when we were discussing the vacation of the street, and to some extent we talked about the east elevation. And I mean, compared to a lot of projects, we get applications. And no offense, Mr. Marcus, but I feel like there's so much historical detail that's not been emphasized. The lobby, which is incredibly frustrating. I know this hotel lobby has been altered for a very long time, probably as long as anyone can remember. And it's sad and unbelievable that we don't have better historical documentation. I want to say, just as a point of reference too, I feel like the architectural features of the east facade have sort of been glossed over with the grid pattern and the design and the diagonal walls, which aren't really referenced and I don't feel are really being respected in the new design. I think we're just sort of going with something new, and I justify that as compromise in my mind. I mean, sure, I would have loved to see that feature, which I think is sort of unique. The way the balconies are articulated with the diagonal walls, I thought was interesting. In a post-modern, a post-war modern sort of way. But I do see this as a compromise. And with that in mind, that sort of directs my attention to the north facade, which I feel is the most important. And I do have a question here, because I think it was a designer in making this presentation that referred to it. I think it was a balanced asymmetry that was the word. And strangely, the removal of the windows on the east side of the north facade, to me, it dramatically breaks up that balance, the asymmetry, because where your eye sort of moves beyond the vertical architectural feature, and from the exterior had sort of a resting place, to remove those windows on the east facade. I want to ask the question of why that has to be done, because I feel like for the north facade, I think it changes it dramatically. And so that is my question of why those window openings have to be cut open and to break up the design that way. And for my fellow board members, I think probably on A028 is where you could probably see that most clearly, the way that's being done, and the demolition of the wall, a blank wall, to create those window openings, the way it's sort of altering the rhythm of that facade. Can I ask that question of why those window openings need to be cut open, and how crucial that is to the success of the project?
Could you give the drawing reference again, please?
It's A028 is the page I'm referring to, the demolition plan, and the window openings on the north facade.
Okay. Yeah, it's here. It's those. So we do have a board that shows what Kirk has raised, and I'm going to ask our design team to address that. Part of it is, and Louis, you please step up. I think Louis just said that they were bathroom windows, and that.
Those are the, as I understand it, the existing all bathroom windows. And when you're dealing with the elegance of this hotel rooms, that window, which was a bathroom window, is fighting a lot with the main window that is being maintained and restored of the original room. So we felt that the bathroom window was something that we could take away, and again, it's my architectural opinion, but it emphasizes now that facade and emphasizes the main window of the original room and the new room.
Okay.
That's the best answer I can give you.
Okay. I mean, and I'm going to defer probably to, or want to hear what the architects that we're so fortunate to have on our board think of that, because for me, it destroys the whole rhythm of that facade, and if I'm on my own on that, I'd like to hear what others' thoughts are. I also wanted to ask about the vertical design feature, and again, I feel like this north facade is.
Can I?
This may be a misunderstanding.
Sure.
Barbara is pointing it out.
Sure.
Yeah, we're looking at you were talking about these windows.
Correct.
We are opening those
Correct.
windows. Those windows were not there.
Right.
We're actually introducing those windows on the facade. The original facade was solid.
Right, I understand that. And so my question is, what is the justification, and what how critically are those needed within the new project design?
Am I able to answer that? Is that possible? This is Joseph speaking, sorry.
Thank you. Go ahead, Joseph.
You can hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead. Please do.
So perhaps if we can look at, if you have that presentation there, I think I understand the question very well. If we can look at page 15 and then maybe 16 just to follow, because we can see the comparison between them.
In the presentation, Joseph, or in the original submittal?
In the presentation document.
Okay. If you could put up their presentation and go to sheet 15, it
Because
would be appreciated.
I think this is a very important question. It's something that I know that we spent a long time on as a team. So this is the existing condition to the left. We can see that the black wall, as it was originally envisaged, is painted over a light gray color, and some very small windows to the narrow section of this wall. So these windows, along with the windows that you can just see on the side of the wall, are the only ones giving light to the room and the bathroom that's behind. When we came to do the project, as I mentioned, the rooms are becoming also substantially larger, and the issue that we had here is that the facade simply wasn't giving enough opportunity for natural light into the room. We were very conscious of the fact that what was happening in the facade to the west of this vertical element is different to the horizontal banding that we have to the right. And we in no way wanted to replicate that, because it obviously does have a different function. So if we go to the next slide, slide 16. Okay, so we can see here the windows that were referred to, and these have been added in between the existing windows, and they'll respect the same design in terms of framing. Again, we're not replicating the other elements of the horizontal banding, but those windows are required really to give natural light to the room behind. There's a very practical requirement for them.
Yeah, and actually the rendering doesn't show the framing and the glazing of those windows, so it's probably a little bit
misleading.
Yeah.
So from a functional standpoint and an aesthetic standpoint, they felt it was important to introduce those.
Okay, I appreciate the explanation. In the end, I'm still struggling with that. To me, it changes the whole rhythm and post-war modern feel. So I'll leave that up to the board to maybe chime in on. I also wanted to ask about for the vertical feature on the north side of the building. I wanted to ask about the materiality of that, because I didn't hear that really discussed.
So let us tell you what we've said and what staff has required.
Mm-hmm.
We intend to restore that element completely.
What is the materiality of that element?
It's an interesting question. We don't fully know, and we don't know the full condition, because I can't do demolition before I have an approval. And there are about 35 coats of paint on that. It hasn't been black since the early 50s, as far as we can tell. But there is apparently, looking at the paint, there are apparently essentially a dark tile type of material underneath all of that paint. It is our intention, if that material is good, to restore it, to use the original material, keep it, and restore it. We acknowledge that it's possible that as we take the paint off, that we're going to find something that's really not of the quality that you or we would like to see on that main design element. And it's a striking and important design element. And so what staff has required, and we've agreed, is if we can't keep the original material, we will work with staff to identify an equivalent type of patterned material that would be then reinstalled on that. It is our hope to be able to use the original material. We honestly don't know the answer until we get into demolition as to whether it's in good enough condition to be able to use it. I can assure you from the Bulgari standpoint, it's an incredibly important visual piece to this puzzle, and it will be of the highest possible quality if we have to go to an alternate material.
All right, thank you, Carter. So that within the understanding of the order is that we would try to preserve the original materiality in its original state, and if not, to match in terms of color and composition as closely as we can to the historical material. Okay.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much. And lastly, again, this will come as a surprise to nobody. I think the signage is fantastic on the historical building. You know, I understand the subtlety of the seagull, and I like that. I think it's great. But in deference to the historical building and that very prominent vertical architectural feature, I would advocate for the actual seagull sign to be reintroduced. Again, that's not a surprise. So those are my three concerns. And in closing, for my own statement, particularly having to do with those window openings, to me, they're very important. They're almost a deal breaker for me because I feel that they may be a deal breaker for me. I feel like that's my job here, is to protect the integrity of this building and to put the cherry on top of my comments. I just want to state that there's a lot of compromise here, and I want to go back to the east facade. I can make a big deal out of that because I think the east facade has a character all its own. But, I want this project to move forward. I want it to succeed, and that's where I see the compromise. I'm fully willing to support the additions, all of the changes, but I think the integrity of the north facade can and should be retained as accurately as possible. Thank you so much.
Rick.
Thank you. I think there's great elegance and restraint, and I really appreciate this proposal for presenting us with a great level of restraint and what I think will be a really elegant hotel. And I think Kirk's right. There are some trade-offs, but looking at the overall project and what it delivers, I'm okay with some of those edits. I understand the need for those new windows. It allows them to, feed a new line of hotel rooms. I understand the limited number of rooms is part of the restraint that this project offers. So, the way that it's financed, I think is it's very good because it allows us to, see this project, see this building renovated without, a tremendous, addition that we've been seeing in other places, including the building next door. The signage, I appreciate the proposed signage. I see that the board here would like to see the seagull signage remain, so I think that's probably going to be something that will move forward here. As for the view corridors, I sympathize with folks who have a view and whose view changes, but you're either on the water or you're not, and I've seen this happen. I've experienced it myself. So, if your view to the ocean is going to be compromised, you're going to get an interesting lesson in the construction process, watching from the front row of the building being built. So I'm really supportive of the project. I think it's a great addition to the city, and commend the team.
Thank you, Rick. Laura.
Thank you so much to everyone, development team, design team. I know what an undertaking something like this is, so I'm sure everyone on the board and the city, I'm sure, is very thankful because the building has really not been taken care of the way it should have been for a very, very long time. So I do look forward to seeing this project move forward. I think I personally love the articulation of the addition. I do think that juxtaposition of old versus new is extremely important. So, I'm probably not a traditional historic preservationist, but I do, the way that the volumes play together, I do agree, it's very restrained and elegant. So I'm definitely supportive of how the design team worked really hard to articulate those additions. I love actually the dark terrazzo. I haven't seen that before, but I do think it's a sophisticated choice, and I really hope that ends up happening when you start to peel off the layers or whatever ends up happening there when you guys start working on the project. I tend to agree with the board on the signage. It is such an important feature of mid-century modern architecture, and I'm just wondering if there would be consideration for that. Me personally, I don't mind the addition of the openings. I know the north facade is extremely important, and we always try to match the postcard as much as possible, but I would say, I don't really personally have a problem with those additional openings. But the signage, if that's something that you guys can kind of speak to, bringing back the Siegel name, I would be interested to hear that. And thank you again for all the effort.
Nancy, are we there? Nancy?
Nancy, you need to unmute yourself. You're still on mute.
Here. Okay. There it is. I love this project. I have had the opportunity of 2 sittings with it because there was so much to be seen. I saw it in the early stages before anything was discussed as far as the design. It was just to talk about the project and the history of it, and then again to go and see it unraveling. I think it was a wonderful experience, and I had a very good feeling, but it wasn't a nice feeling, but I have to express it. I think that the tie itself deserves everything it has gotten and everything that the complaining is taking place for. I think they're out of scale building that they dare to put in the middle of that section of Miami Beach's historic district was disgraceful. I thought it was horrible then, and I feel like this is justice, and I feel so happy that we're going to have I just totally enjoy the what is coming, and I'm looking forward to it, and we can get away from that overkill of the section of that city, of our city. It'll stand as, and I think it's been standing as a symbol of what preservation should never, ever have been able to do.
Are you done, Nancy?
I think so.
Oh, good. Thank you. Very insightful. We appreciate you joining in. Okay. I guess I'm last, but not least. Okay. I'm very torn, but I'm not struggling with this project because I think the 95% of it is spectacular. The 5% gives me great pause, and the 5% may cause me to not rule in favor, frankly, unless we can come to a compromise. I'm really at a loss to understand your signage proposals in their entirety. I think copying the Helen Mar on the side of the signage on the Helen Mar on the side of your building, I think it goes against the rule of our little 6-foot-tall man and his vision up buildings as to what you can and cannot see. I don't see any drawing in here showing someone being able to read that sign. It's pointless as far as I can tell. I don't think it will be seen. I think it's not homage to anything. And since it's a new name, and I'm sure you're proud of the new name, as I am, I think it's a great idea. But I just can't, the signage just leaves me totally cold. To put have a nod to history, I really irritates me when I hear people talking about, let's give a nod to history and put a little token something up there. in memory of something else or in homage to something else. That doesn't fly with me at all. I'm sorry. You have a policy on Collins Avenue, as I understand it. Debbie can correct me if I'm wrong, but almost all those hotels have kept their original names in neon or other lighting and added their new name somewhere else on the building, if I'm not mistaken. There are quite a few of them that I've seen do that, and I thought that was a requirement of the city. If I'm wrong, please correct me.
There's no requirement. You're correct that many of the hotels on Collins Avenue have kept either original signage that was existing or even in certain instances the original name of the business have been retained. But it's not a requirement.
But it's done frequently.
Yes.
Okay.
There are original signs that exist.
Okay. The other thing is the little seagull symbol. I see it I see it here on this postcard from 1956. So I can understand that, but I really firmly believe that the signage in its day was the identifier of the property, and that's the most important thing other than the walls and the windows and the doors. And if you take that away and make it a blank space with a little dot on top of a seagull, to me that makes no sense. Also, I don't understand. I looked very carefully, and I could be wrong, but I don't see any notice of the Bulgari name anywhere on ground level. You're not. I don't think you showed that anywhere. I could be wrong, but I didn't see it. And if I'm walking down the street or driving looking for the Bulgari Hotel, I'm not going to see anything except a little seagull on a big blank space, which obviously used to be a sign. I think you've got it all backwards on this point. I think the seagull sign should be, if it can't be put back for whatever current reasons, somehow it's got to be the key thing here, not the little symbol and your Bulgari name. Here someone's investing millions and millions of dollars to improve Miami Beach, and I don't see how that's a major emphasis of anything on the building. I don't get it. If I were the owner of Bulgari, I'd want to see my name in a prominent spot on the building, not way up above Collins Avenue behind another building. Makes no sense. I also agree with Kirk 100%. The north facade's the most important thing, and it should remain as close to its historical appearance as is possible. I agree with Laura 100% as well. The new addition, I think, is spectacular. I think you couldn't have done a better job if you tried, and it will be a fantastic addition to Miami Beach. All the additions you're making and changes are spectacular. But the main thing to me is historic preservation, is preserving what the essence of this building is, and to me it's the seagull, not just a little blip on top of the building, and not a painted sign for the Bulgari, which to me no one will ever see. So that's my standing. I don't want to sink the project. God knows it's fabulous. The project is absolutely fabulous. But there has to be a little give and take here. Owners can't do whatever they want just because they want to do it. We're here as experts on the subject matter, and I think in this case, above all, this big black thing here, signage, is frankly an eyesore. And I think we need to either put it back the way it should be or have some other decision. And the window problem, as Kirk said, is another problem I have. So I hope that I don't want to vote against this. I hope these things could be worked out with staff to the agreement of all parties concerned. But I have really strong reservations about the north elevation, and I applaud you. I just think everything else about it's unbelievably great. So those are my feelings. I'm just one person, but I feel you're missing the boat here as far as identity is concerned. And to me, that is one of the most important things about preserving this whole strip on Collins, is what it is and what it has been and what it should be. So that's my feeling. Sorry, I disagree with you a little. Carter's.
So obviously we respect your opinions. You are the final arbiters on this discussion. So let me start with and go back to the windows and why, and then see if we can craft something that makes sense. So this is the new layout, and the vertical tower is here. The black, where that actually is white, that's actually, I believe, and no, I'm wrong. The vertical tower is here. I'm off one corner. And I apologize for my back. The vertical tower, the black element, is here. There's a little tiny window in that vertical tower. When we went to reorganize this existing building and to create the types of luxury rooms and suites that the Bulgari brand demands, our smallest room size is about 470 feet. And there are about 6 of those. Everything else is bigger. This, because of that vertical element, which is such a critical design element, and we all agree on that, we needed to work around it, and the room layout behind it we would end up with a room that had only the little window in the black element. We would have a luxurious suite room with a bathroom window as its only north-facing window. So there are and it's here, and and so we would end up with a luxurious room that really was not a luxurious room and or usable. And so we, in addition to the elements and the horizontality that you heard Joseph and Patricia talk about, and they can talk about this further, we really need to do something to make that room habitable and acceptable from a brand standard. So we do need an opening there. I agree, when you look at the rendering, it looks like, because it doesn't have, here, when you look at this rendering, you see essentially a blank window that's not in keeping with, and that was intentional. It was to say this is new, it's not old. But I know we would be more than willing to work with staff to come up with a design for some opening in that wall that might not look as new as it will be in the design. Maybe it's a mullion pattern. We don't want to copy the mullion pattern, for sure. We're very sensitive to not copy. But on the other hand, I think there's an opportunity for us to work with staff to come up with a slightly modified design that would allow us to have a functional, luxurious room behind that element. Otherwise, we end up with a significant blank space with essentially no light and air on the north side, because that's where the building actually ended originally. And it was more of a service area, but that we can't make that work because we've really had to reimagine the entire floor layout to make this building work. So that's my suggestion with regard to the windows. We are sensitive to it. We understand it is new. It's not, but I think we can find a compromise that's not a copy, but maybe not also a single pane of glass.
Could it? Sorry to interrupt. Could it be just talking? I don't know all the work that I know you've done, but in the 50s hotels in the 40s, I used to come here in the 50s when I was little. My grandparents, and every hotel they stayed in, I don't remember the rooms, but I remember all the card rooms and public function rooms on each floor they had for the old people to spend their time outside of their room. Could you put another function in that stack that wouldn't need a huge window? Could it be a public?
We have a couple issues there. One, the primary one is we need room count, believe it or not.
Okay. Well,
we're going from 145 rooms down to 100. They're very large rooms and suites. And ironically, there is a code provision about us having an outdoor bar counter, which we can't have if we have less than 100 rooms. And we would like to be able to serve a drink to our customers out in the backyard with an outdoor bar counter on the ground level. We're not talking the roof or anything else. But I have to maintain 100 rooms, or I can't do that under the city code. It's an arbitrary number, and then it doesn't make sense. But we all live with arbitrary things.
How about those rooms being a discounted rate? Or something.
Mr. Chair, can I make a suggestion? And this is just after hearing the board's comments and looking at it again. And this is just a suggestion for your consideration. But looking at it again, I think there may be a slightly awkward relationship between the vertical fin and the extent of the window in terms of the proximity. I think it may appear to be more comfortable in the historic building if somehow the window was narrowed away from the vertical fin, so you had a more substantial piece of masonry between the vertical fin and the new window, which would require the window to be reduced. Again, this is, I was okay with it as presented, but after hearing the board kind of express a concern about it, I would just want that to be considered, because I think that would help the relationship with the historical architecture. I think what I heard you and Kirk responding to is maybe an interruption of that kind of bookend of the building and being uncomfortable about that. I think it would help to have more masonry between the vertical fin and the new window.
And we're more than happy to explore that with staff if that's appropriate.
I've got one other just comment, because that section of the building, the way that it is visually currently, the windows are centered right within that section versus this section to the west where they're a band, right? And so I'm not sure that I couldn't be open to the window actually being larger. I agree with Debbie that it would help, to have the break of additional stucco between the vertical feature. I'm just wondering if maybe there's a way of having those windows, even though they're two rooms, to appear as, a centered element.
We actually have done that elsewhere on the facade. There are a couple places where you have a window and you have a divider behind it. It's actually got a step back. So I think we would be more than happy to work with staff to come up with a design solution that addresses that issue. And, if staff is not comfortable, we can bring it back to the board. But we'll find a way to make that element make more sense within the overall facade and not stand out, as you have noted that it does in its current iteration.
I mean, I'm okay with leeway so long as that section of the building can stand alone, right, as a centered, symmetrical feature in and of itself.
And now we get...
Yeah. Can we finish talking about the signage then? And
I was going to say, I was about to turn to the signage. I was about to turn to the signage, and both your comments and the chair's comments. I have to start with kind of the brand philosophy. This brand, in all locations, is what I've described as quiet elegance. It is absolutely not in your face. It's not their design philosophy. And it was the brand itself who suggested that they didn't want the Bulgari sign. I mean, we could have come to you and said, well, why don't we put the Bulgari sign on that vertical element? And they said, no, that's not our style. We don't want that kind of sign in our face. We knew it would be individual letters raised. It's just not what they do. The brand itself and the designers, and Joseph and are still on the line and are welcome to contradict me whenever I step across a line.
Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Yes, go ahead, Joseph. A little louder.
Sorry. Just maybe just firstly, if we can just quickly go back to the discussion on the window, which I thought was very interesting.
Very interesting, yes, because actually it appears to us is that actually it's more important to have the vertical black element standing in the north facade with quite natural space and distance with the new window, and the direction that has been given. It's very, very interesting, and probably it is absolutely the right direction to follow.
So just regarding the...
And in the same page, on number 16 in our presentation, you can also see where the Bulgari signage is meant to be.
If you would put up our presentation on page 16 for a moment, please.
Yeah.
It's hard to see, but it is there.
It is there, and this is meant to be where...
if you... Well, you know what? I have a hard copy. I will give it to you to pass around because you won't see it on the screen. There actually is a Bulgari sign on the fluted element underneath the canopy. I know you didn't see it. It's very hard to see, even on the screen. Now that I've shown you where it is, you might see it on the screen, but it's very hard.
Right here?
Yes.
Okay. But if you're over here, if you're walking, everybody will know where this is because they will have been told where it is. But if an ordinary person on the street, that's a very small.
And again, it goes to the design philosophy and the brand philosophy. They're not inclined to put large signs, and the reason that they suggested the signage on the west facade is so that if you're on Collins Avenue and you see that sign, which it is quite visible if you the views from Collins Avenue, that facade is actually quite visible. So from their standpoint, they viewed that as wayfinding, and I'm not ignoring your comments at all. I'm just explaining their view. And so they chose to put the Bulgari sign there and not either on the vertical or on the canopy. And yes, I believe the sign code would probably allow us a couple other very small signs along the sidewalk, because we do have a retail space in the corner, on the west corner, on the ground level. So I think there are some opportunities to provide what I would call wayfinding signs that are not advertising signs, but simply help you find where you're going. And so coming back full circle to the tower, and I'm going to ask Joseph and Patricia to address it, but I can tell you, if you tell us that's what we have to do, we're not going to say, we'll never do it, okay? But it is not their preference, and they don't believe, since we don't have actual drawings of the sign, I mean, it will be a replication based on an aerial photograph, or a photograph, and it will be very different in terms of its appearance because the lighting will never be the same. It can't be, unfortunately. In fact, their preference...
I want to ask a question.
Sure.
I mean, I felt the way I felt. I agree with Jack as well that this vertical feature, which is, it's a showstopper for this building. And in a sense, without the signage, you do turn it into just like an appendage that has no purpose. So as a compromise, I think what I wanted to ask is, what if would there be a possibility of reincorporating the signage, but maybe adjusting the luminosity so it's not, I'm not sure that it has to be screaming out loud. If it were, a little muted in terms of the vibrancy of the lighting, it could still serve its purpose and not be screaming out loud. I'm wondering if that might be a possible solution.
The point is, and I travel all the time, so I'm familiar with hotels in Paris and Rome, and you name it, I've been there. And a lot of the signage on these hotels is very sophisticated, very understated. But remember, this is Miami Beach. Miami Beach is not Rome. It's not Paris. Our neon district downtown was ablaze with light all night long. Not that this particular place was as well. Well, it was. You can see the sign. So it's like flying in the face of history to demote the sign to something, a mere shadow of what was there to to satisfy the immediate needs of a hotelier. Now I understand it's their sign, it's their image. It has to be a compromise somewhere, because I don't know what it is sitting here right now, but we are what we are, and I really I don't like changing downward.
May I offer
Sure,
a
sorry.
possible compromise?
Sure.
Would you consider giving us an approval of the project, and we will come back after we explore the signage more, and come back to you for a separate approval just for the signage?
Except for his windows, I love the project. I think it's fabulous.
If you would consider doing that, our designers need more time if we're going to look at other compromises and coming back with you. I think we should come back to you with multiple alternatives, and we would be willing to bring that back to you as a separate approval, but we would like to get the project approved so that candidly we can move forward and determine, whether we have challenges, whether we don't have challenges, and how we might. And it would allow us to begin working drawings. This project honestly has already been delayed by COVID and several other issues. We would like to be getting a negative vibe from one portion of I think.
I don't understand that. I mean, to me, this is, it's a package. And I don't see, bifurcating.
Well, you won't be giving up your right.
I feel like we're willing to compromise here. I'm not sure why we can't sign off on a project, and if we need to give staff some leeway, I think everybody has the qualifications to move forward. I don't feel as happy as I would like to be by just partially approving a project. I think I'm willing to support the project. I'm willing to compromise on the windows. I think we found a good solution there. And I feel like we should be able to find a good solution, even if it's somewhat interpretable through staff's expertise, who are all fantastic. I feel like we should find.
If I may,
Carter, let me just point out there are a little bit of complexity with regard to delegating some of the ideas we talked about at a staff level. So, for instance, if the design team came up with a vertical signage for the Bulgari Hotel on the vertical fin, that would likely require variances. So that would likely not be something that, even if we came up with a design, because of the size of that vertical fin, would likely have to come back to you anyways.
So if I may, one, we were never suggesting that we would delegate the signage to you. I would suggest we would bring it back to the board. But if I may I ask Patricia to address this issue, because she's really been involved with the design of every hotel around the world, and let her give you her input and see if we can come up with a compromise. Patricia, are you available?
Yes, of course. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Just to clarify the strategy of the brand on this, they never use the building as a support for an advertisement. They actually did once in Shanghai, and that was because of the ownership pushed them to do it, and they take it out at the end. They won the argument, and then they take it out. The Bulgari Hotel is always a destination in the location where they are, and they are somehow supposed to be very attractive to people that knows already what Bulgari is. It's a kind of community, if you like, but also very attractive to the local people because of this. So they are extremely interested to the authenticity of the building, as said before. And the issue here is that the seagull signage is not there anymore. And just to replicate what it was, or what we can suppose it was, because there is no documentation, no technical drawings, we don't know exactly how the signage was made, in which way. The character, the letters we don't know exactly what they was. I mean, in terms of methodology of the restoration, this would be a fake.
Right here.
This is the reason why
it's big as life. With all due respect, it is here. There is documentation, the best there is. Postcards of the era, of the year. With all due respect. But
Mr. Chair, again, I'm not understanding. If we were to approve the order based on the reincorporation of the Siegel sign, maybe we leave it open in terms of the luminosity so it's not screaming out loud and leave it to staff discretion. And if the applicant wants to come back with a request for a change, I don't see what the difference is. I don't see why we can't pass the project based on board consensus now. Everyone can feel that because everyone wants to support this project. Why can't we proceed based on the consensus of where we're at right now? And if between the applicant and staff it can't happen, then why not bring it back at that point?
I was going to say that before Carter said it, that if you can approve the project, and like many other projects we've done, and you guys, we can look at the signage later. It's difficult to come up impromptu with the design for this so important. And by the way, I agree with you 100% with your suggestion on making the window larger. It's more in keeping with the historical context.
Well, I think we're also
I think I have a compromise
board
that I think you'll find acceptable. So we will accept the condition that we need to explore putting back the signage in its place with limited lighting, etc. If we find that we can't make that work, we will come back to you and ask for an amendment to that. I can't tell you that we might not come back to you, but it's on balance, it makes more sense to give the approval. We understand the direction of the board. We will do our best to come back and with something that makes sense. If we can't, we'll come back to you and ask for the modification.
Okay. So can I make the motion here to move forward with the staff order? A couple of adjustments I want to discuss would be on the north facade, the easternmost section, to try to better represent the window configuration and symmetry. I don't know how you need that worded, Debbie. I think
I have a draft. The placement and configuration of the windows located east of the vertical fin or the vertical pylon on the north elevation shall be further developed in a manner more consistent with the architecture in a manner to be reviewed and approved by staff.
Got it. And the vertical fin in terms of the materiality is already properly represented within the order, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so that's good. And then in terms of the lighting, that the board has required that the Siegel sign be reintroduced in a manner consistent with the original documentation, subject to board discretion on the luminosity, right?
Yeah, I would say notwithstanding illumination, because we can work with, and that it's the sign, the specific sign is the one located on the vertical pylon on the north.
Fin, correct.
Bravo.
Facing west.
My
Right.
only small caveat is on lighting. The state is going to control that question for all of us. So I have to say, as may be required by the Florida Department of Environmental Regulation.
Can you please bring proof of that when you come back?
Absolutely. I've got the documentation here. But if they require us not to, we'll let you know.
And then lastly, I don't know if anyone else has anything to add. The cove lighting, do we want to continue to include that as well, to be explored per staff recommendation? Yes?
We absolutely want to do that.
Okay, so obviously it's subject to environmental regulations.
We believe that's low enough that we can get DEP to allow it, because it's not high. The higher you get, the more visible it is.
And that's already within the order, correct?
Correct.
Yes,
we can subject that to DEP, but from my experience, red is permittable as well as amber. Amber is preferred because it's just a softer color and more consistent with the district. So we can predicate that on DEP approval, because Carter is correct. This whole area is under their jurisdiction in terms of lighting.
And I assure you, if they will allow us an amber or something that is less dramatic, we will choose the less dramatic approach.
Did I miss anything? Anyone?
I wanted to just ask about
the amber color is, the spectrum of the lighting is been changing significantly for EP. Now they're going more and more into the red.
Really?
Like the night light.
I promise you we will push that envelope as hard as we can on behalf of the brand to keep it as quiet as possible.
If it goes to be too red, you'll have to call it the Moulin Rouge.
I wanted to ask, about the redesign or the reinterpretation of the signage. Just to give them the flexibility, given the limited documentation that there is. I mean, they can approximate the height and the form. Of course, it won't ever be exactly what was there. But what was there had the neon kind of pointing out. I know nowadays a lot of times we'll kind of reverse that to be more discreet, which doesn't sound altogether bad or altogether different from the brand's desire for restraint. So I think it could be an interesting challenge, but I just hope that we'll give them adequate flexibility to bring back the sign, to reinterpret it in a way that's consistent with their brand.
We're kind of hoping that we can work with staff unless we can't reach an agreement. We'll bring that back to you. DEP, I can tell you, their first position on light, the further up it gets, the more they want it shielded. So there's no chance that there's going to be open neon. It will be behind or underneath or share, or there will be no glare toward the beach if we're going to get it approved.
It gets a little tricky with the delegation of the reintroduction of the sign administratively because, it's a non-conforming sign, so it doesn't meet the current signage regulations. In order for staff to be able to approve the sign without a variance, it does have to be as consistent as possible with the original design. Now, I do believe we have a good amount of flexibility when it comes to the actual lighting mechanism and whether it's even lit or not. I mean, maybe it's non-illuminated. But in terms of the letters, we in order for us not to consider this a sign that would need variances, we would have to get as close as possible. But I'm confident that we could work with the applicant on a non-illuminated version or just a very subtle backlighting of some sort. And because this is somewhat of a last minute discussion in terms of their design team, I'm open to the fact that they may be coming back. I mean, but I think for now, Kirk's suggestion, and I believe you made the motion to include that, is perfectly fine, and we will do our best to work with the applicant, and if we need to come back.
And we will do everything we can.
I guess I'm just not getting something. What's wrong with them coming back for variance?
Nothing at all. I'm just, I just want to give pretty much everyone a heads up that this may not be the end of the discussion. They're more than welcome
There's
to come
an exception
back.
in the signage code for reintroduction of historic signage, subject to having enough documentation. It essentially is not considered a sign under those circumstances, and that's what Debbie is saying. So we're going to have to follow the best documentation that's available, or come back and seek a variance from you, and we will do that if we need to.
So for the current motion, the understanding is we're recreating the historical signage. With luminosity, we're leaving that open to interpretation, even though I think it's my understanding that it will be illuminated at least to some extent, if possible.
We'll try.
If subject to environmental code, right?
Yes, we can subject to the Department of Environmental Protection. It's the State Department.
Right. Well, that's my motion.
Okay. Is there a second?
If I could just make one correction to the order, which would be, and it's just a typo, 1C, 1I, in our staff recommendation report, we had requested that the overhang be reduced to a maximum protection of 4 feet. The order says 3 feet. I'm comfortable with 4 feet.
We would prefer 4 feet if you were willing to do that.
Okay, so if we could just make that's a typo. The staff report says 4 feet, and I would just want it to be consistent with that.
Perfect. Thank you. Moved.
Is there a second?
I second.
Yay.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I am going to call the roll. Mr. Lopez.
Yes.
Ms. Liebman. You're on mute. Can you unmute, Nancy?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Weinstein-Berman?
Yes.
Mr. Pascal?
Yes.
Mr. Finglass?
Absolutely.
Okay, that was for the certificate of appropriateness. That has been approved, 5-0. Now, can we have a motion on the signage variance for the Bulgari sign fronting onto Collins Avenue?
I will move it.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I am going to call the roll. Ms. Liebman? This is for the variance, Ms. Liebman? Is that
I hear you.
No, she's not on mute anymore. I don't know what happened.
No.
Oh.
Just yes.
Well, I guess the easiest would be to say yes. So.
That's your vote? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Who did I leave off with? Mr. Pascal?
Yes.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Ms. Weinstein-Berman?
Yes.
Mr. Finglass?
Yes.
Okay, the variance has been approved. The application is approved. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Mr. Chair, we do have one final application. I don't know if the board wants to take a quick break. Do you want to, let's see, it's 3:30 now. Would you like to take about 15 minutes? So we'd be back at 10 till 2? Is that accurate?
It's 1:30.
Oh, it's 1:30. So we would come back at 1:50?
Okay.
Okay.
Good afternoon, and welcome back to the afternoon session of the Historic Preservation Board for June 15th, 2021. We have one more project here, and then we have lots of things to discuss in our extra agenda items. So let's move on to our project on 22nd and 23rd Street, or 20.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next and final regular agenda item this afternoon is HPB file 20-0448. This is 224 23rd Street, 211 22nd Street, 227 22nd Street, and 245 22nd Street. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the construction of a mixed-use building on an existing parking lot, one or more waivers and variances to reduce the minimum required driveway width and to reduce the number of required loading spaces. The subject site is currently a municipal parking lot. It is located in the Museum Historic District, and it is on the same site as the Miami Beach Public Library, located on 22nd Street. So the current proposal is to construct a mixed-use building at the southeast corner of the intersection of Liberty and 23rd Street. This is going to be directly north of the public library. The new structure will consist of either a nonprofit or a retail space at the ground level, a residential lobby. On the upper levels, there will be dormitories for the students of the Miami City Ballet, and at the upper levels, 16 units of affordable workforce housing. Staff is highly supportive and commends the design team on the sophisticated approach to the project, which we believe the scale, massing, and height are all consistent with the surrounding built context of the south side of 23rd Street. We believe that it's consistent with not only the contributing buildings, but also the recently completed Collins Park parking garage located across on Liberty Avenue. We have worked with the applicant for the past several months. We do not have any major concerns or recommendations with regard to the design. We do look forward to the construction of this much-needed use, and are recommending approval of the certificate of appropriateness as noted in the draft order. With regard to the variances, there are 2 variances being requested. The first variance is to reduce by 6 feet the minimum required width of 22 feet for a 2-way driveway in order to provide a 16-foot wide 2-way driveway. Staff is supportive of the variance. We've noted that the unique circumstances of the property does contribute to practical difficulties. The minimum required 22 feet, we believe, may have an adverse impact on the pedestrian experience in this particular part of the city. So we are supportive of reducing that from an urban design standpoint. We would also note that while the property does have 3 street frontages, the vehicular access is really limited in this case to the 23rd Street frontage due to the retention of the existing public library on 22nd Street. And if you all remember from the Collins Park Garage project on Liberty Avenue, the architect had designed, in landscape architect, a more pedestrian type paseo. The original plan was to actually close it off completely to traffic. Currently, the plan does allow for very limited vehicular access into the parking garage from that street. But we really wanted to push all of the access for the new project onto 23rd Street to have that paseo be as pedestrian friendly and inviting as possible. And there is limited area on 23rd Street, so we really do believe that the variance for the 16-foot wide driveway should be approved by this board. Finally, the second variance is with regard to the required loading spaces. They are required to provide 3 loading spaces for the new commercial and residential units. They have provided 1 legal loading space. I know the site plan does show 2 loading spaces. However, it doesn't appear that both of those would be able to be occupied at the same time in order to have the backup clearances. So they have requested the waiver for both, for 2 loading spaces, and determined that the 1 loading space would be the legal space. However, in actuality, they will likely be able to have 2 trucks in that space to load. So we are supportive of both variances requests. We do have several conditions for those variances, including the applicant to provide additional details with regard to safety and their operations, noise, and additional information to be provided to the parking department with regard to on-street loading. In summary, we're very supportive of the project, and we are recommending approval. I am available to answer any questions you may have. I believe Justin Carr and maybe Raquel Williams. Raquel Williams is the director of our Economic Development Department. Justin Carr works for her. They have worked very closely with the applicant on this particular project, and I would like to introduce them, and they can address you and say a few words. Justin or Raquel? Justin, I see Justin.
Yes, hi. Thank you for having us. I'm here with Raquel, the director. Our department oversaw the lease negotiations on behalf of the city. This project stems from a 2016 city initiative to repurpose surface lots into garage facilities and workforce housing. Earlier this year, the City Commission enthusiastically adopted and approved the lease, which provides an unbelievable deal for the city and many public benefits at little cost to taxpayers. Not only is it going to provide housing to community servants, it's going to support our arts partner, the ballet, and will generate revenue that the city will reinvest into activating the ground floor for additional cultural programming. The administration is very proud of this addition to Collins Park, and we respectfully request your support as well. I believe Mr. Alan Schulman is here and would like to share the design with you.
Thank you, Justin.
Good afternoon. Alan Schulman with offices at 100 Northeast 38th Street in Miami in the Design District. And glad to be back here with you all. As Justin just described, the background of this project is that this lot was proposed for redevelopment with workforce housing, retail. There was an RFP. Servitas was chosen as the developer of the lot. I am here today with with Derek Verkamp and with Dan Bartlett from Servitas and Joby Ballant from PGAL, which is the architect of record for the project. I just wanted to disclose that we did offer to discuss the project ahead of time with any of the board members who wished to do that, and we did meet with, I believe, with Rick Lopez only, and we did quite a bit of dialoguing with MDPL, which I believe
Alan, just before, I don't mean to interrupt, was your team sworn in?
No, I don't think we were.
Okay, if we could swear everybody in, is there anyone on Zoom? No.
Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I was mentioning that we met with Daniel Seraldo and the MDPL board, which I believe is supporting the project, with the Miami-Dade Public Library, which is kind of our partner in this project in some ways, and with Ray Breslin of the Collins Park Association. So this project is a mixed-use program integrating retail, arts, and culture space on the ground floor, Miami City Ballet dormitories and other facilities on the second, and artist workforce housing on the floors above. But we set ourselves some other sort of goals, one of which is to create a critical mass of residential and commercial space in an area where those programs are a bit thin, reinforcing east-west and north-south connections, creating more public space and public amenity, more sidewalk, more more area for that reinforces that paseo that has been recently installed. To integrate this project into the cultural arts scene and institutions around us, and to create a good piece of infill architecture that responds to a complex set of site conditions. So with that, perhaps I could ask that the presentation be loaded. Great. And if we go next. So if you can see in the upper left, our site description, we are part of a unified lot assembly that includes the library parcel. So our project is about 71,000 square feet. The library is about 43,000 square feet. And together, we're below, very comfortably below the FAR sort of allowance for this area. And you can see where we're located, kind of along that Liberty Avenue axis that perhaps we could say on the north side is framed by the bridge over Collins Canal, and to the south by Collins Park. Next image. And we are a GU zoned area. Our height was set by the city at 75 feet, which is matching the garage project next door. We are also in the Collins Park historic district. Next image. And just some images of the site today. On the upper left, you can see that we're framed on one side by the Shep Davis Plaza apartment building, an apartment building from the 1920s, and on the back by the back side of the public library. As we look across the street, we can see the new Starwood headquarters rising, and of course, the Roney Palace building beyond. And if we look down Liberty, we see the new framing element of the garage on the right side. Our project is going to complete that framing on the left side, and we're looking into Collins Park. Next image. And so, we took the importance of that pedestrian access from north to south as being really critical here. And our building, we see it joining the garage in framing that entrance to the park from the north, and and framing the Paseo itself. Next image. And as Debbie just mentioned, part of this had to do with making sure that the Paseo was really limited to pedestrian functions. So the automotive entry, the service entry, is off 23rd Street, which is a busy artery. Next image. And we borrowed some ideas off the garage and off the Shep Davis Plaza, which actually should have been included in that diagram, which was the idea of raising the building on top of an arcade. So that arcade completely surrounds the north and west end of the building and creates a very generous opening to the retail spaces on the ground floor. We have raised our ground floor retail to 9 feet, which also matches the garage. It's also what is sort of appropriate in a flood zone. And we borrowed a few other ideas off the garage. I mean, we didn't want to be matchy-matchy or let's say to make it all continuous, but the modularity of the facade, the idea of these kind of vertical slots through it, these cutaways, the sort of that quality of it is what has been borrowed. If you go to the next image. And we wanted to sculpt that facade because it's the equivalent of 2.5 building lengths on the street, building length, for instance, of the Shep Davis Plaza, which is to our east. So we cut these 2 slots, one from the bottom, one from the top, that begin to model that facade in 3 dimensions. And you can also see that by raising the building, the apparent volume of the building is reduced. Say, next image. And these are, I don't think we need to go over these, but I mentioned that our project was about 71,000 square feet, a little over. Next image. So, one of the things that we just discussed was the idea of taking the traffic off the Paseo and putting it into a service court at the back of the building. So we have to provide service to the library, service access to the library. The library gets trucks with books, I think, once a week. There's also trash pickup. We didn't want that to happen on the Paseo. We didn't want that to access off the Paseo. So we've basically cut a tunnel through the building, let's say a passageway through the building for service, on the east end of the building, but not right on the east end of the building, because we wanted to use some of our program to shield the residential building next to us from any service activities. We have a 7.5-foot setback on our east side towards the Shep Davis, which is set back about 5 feet itself from its property line. We have 2.5 feet on the north, which is equivalent to both the Shep Davis Plaza and the garage. 2.5 feet on the west, which is also more or less aligning with the library facade. And then we have about 18 feet on the south, with the exception of a public stair, which I'll mention in a moment. And if you go to the next, and I'm sorry, one thing that maybe you can see here is that there is a landscape buffer. When the decision was made that the exit to the garage had to be on Liberty, there was a kind of a planting buffer that was created between the sidewalk on the east side and that driveway. So one thing about that buffer is that it's only 2.5 feet from our property line. So we've actually pulled back our ground floor from that side in order to widen the sidewalk. We also have a planter and a bench there, a built-in bench. Next image. Right. Well, okay. So the ground floor, perhaps I can. If you go back to the last one, it's on the site plan. Sorry, go back to 2 slides. Yeah. You can see that there's retail wrapping from Liberty to 23rd Street. All the service is organized along that interior court, which is shared with the library. And then our entrance to the workforce housing is on the east side along 23rd Street. We have a canopy that brings you into the building. And then on the west side, we have a separate entrance to the ballet floor. So that's the second floor. And one of the features that we created here was what we call a porch, but it's like a large open-air two-story space that includes a big stair. So ballet students could circulate directly between the ballet and their floor without wrapping around the building. Next image. Sorry, next one, second floor. So this is the ballet floor, and on the lower left of the plan, southwest side, you can see that ballet porch, which is screened by metallic perforated screening, and this is all, basically dormitories, with the exception of some public, semi-public rooms, sort of kitchen, dining, recreational space for the students on that floor. You can also see that the building is divided by the corridor. I don't mean just divided functionally, but divided. The north part of the building is actually, its massing is different than the south part of the building, and that corridor has windows on both ends to allow, a sense of light and connection to the context in the corridor. And you'll see how that massing change plays out in the facade in a moment. Next image. And our typical, workforce housing, artist workforce housing floors have 16 units. There are 2-bedroom units on the 4 corners, and then in between a mix of studios and 1-bedrooms. You can see at the upper right-hand side where the slot has been cut away into the building on 3 floors there. And you can also see that and there's balconies at that, into that slot. And on the south side, we also included balconies. And this was a big thing because this is workforce housing. Traditionally, we might not have had balconies. But I think the balconies not only raise the amenity of the building, but also help model that south facade even further. Next image. And this is just the same floor plan, but where the slot on the north side has jumped to the west end. Next image. And same thing, sorry. And next image. So this is the roof plan. At the time we submitted this, we were going to have an exercise outdoor fitness area on the roof with a small deck. But as it turns out, we're removing that from our plan. I'll show you that in a moment, but we're just going to not have access to the roof. Next image. And this is a lighting plan of that arcade and the public areas of the ground floor. Next image. Oh, no. Hopefully this is just one. Go to the next one. Somehow these are not appearing. Perhaps I could ask you to look at your set. And I have a set here which I couldn't. Yeah. This would be page 32 on your set. So you should be looking at the north elevation. So we have, this is the facade that shows those two big slots, the ground floor arcade, the windows, that modularity that we were sort of aspiring to, achieved not just by the fact that the windows are a little bit more playfully organized, but that there is a system of deep reveals that creates a kind of a panelized system. Now, those deep reveals are made with stucco, so it's not a real panelized system, but it's going to give the appearance and model the sunlight in such a way that it will look like a panelized system. At the bottom left hand, you can see the canopy that is projecting from the entrance, which is along 23rd Street, and the continuous stair that goes around the retail space that wraps from 23rd Street to Liberty Avenue. And then between the workforce housing entrance and the retail is a passageway that goes into the building. We'll have a gate on it, and behind that gate is the service court. And if we go to the next image, the next page on your package, that's the south elevation. You can see that this is the one where every unit has a balcony, and where the balconies pop out 6 feet. The porch of the ballet also pops out equivalent distance. So these activate that facade, create more complexity, and they also help us with our environmental strategy in the sense that they shade the windows on the south side, those windows and doors. You could also see at the bottom of that the service court, which is largely indented into the building, but also exists between our building and the library. Next image next page, is the east elevation. This is the one that faces Shep Davis Plaza. You see the intervening corridor window wall, and then you see the north and south sides of the building. That panelization pattern continues only on the north side. The south side has a different articulation. And if we look at the next page, which is the west elevation, you can see the north building pushes closer to Liberty and is on top of 2 columns. The windows into the corridor divide that from the south end, which has these wrapping balcony elements. And that porch is articulated with a metal screen system similar to the one on the garage, perforated metal, which will have some words the word dance along the sort of facade. At the bottom of that whole area, you see the planter and the bench. And perhaps now, I guess it's working now. Yeah, okay, there we go. Sorry. So that is that's the west elevation. And if we go to the next. In section, you can see how our ground floor level is raised to that FEMA +1 level, how the floor plates play out. And in the middle of the ground floor, you see that passageway to the service court opening up. Next image. And same thing looking the other way. Next image. And this is cut north-south, so you're seeing that slot on the north side of the building to the left, bottom left of the building there. We're cutting through the service passageway here, and there you can see the projecting balconies on the south side. And you can see the height of the library. So although the ballet floor is below the height of the library, all the residential floors are above. And if you go to the next image, and just, cutting the other way, also showing that relationship with the library. And this is a line of sight analysis. This is along, I believe this is along 23rd Street. We just wanted to make sure that our equipment package on the roof wasn't visible. As it turns out, I don't think we're even going to have anything like this high an equipment package because we're going to use much lower equipment mainly. Next image. And this is the line of sight from Liberty Avenue, from the garage looking up. Same thing. Next image. And you can see how the building lines up with Shep Davis Plaza and with the garage in the middle there. You can see across the street the new Starwood headquarters. If we go to the next image, it's just showing it in context. This is showing the garage. This is from the park, showing the garage and the workforce housing together. Next image. So there are 2 variance requests, as Debbie mentioned, but they both have to do. They're not about the building, envelope. They're really about just access to that service court. We're not anticipating a lot of activity in that service court. Aside from the once a week or so deliveries to the library, there would be trash pickup and the eventual people moving in and out every once in a while. So it's actually a good thing to have that service court, but we don't see it being used very often. So it's just wide enough really for a truck to come in, maneuver, and come back out. And you can see where we were proposing 2 places where trucks could park at the back of that. Next image. This is really just looking at the canopy. In fact, there was a third variance for canopy, but it was determined that it wasn't a variance. It's going to require I forget the...
It's a revocable permit.
Revocable permit, thank you. Next image. And same thing here. We're just looking at that canopy, which is also clad in metal and is projecting out of the building to the edge of the sidewalk. Next image. So our renderings. So this is from 23rd Street, the east end of 23rd Street, looking west. So we're seeing Shep Davis, we're seeing the workforce housing in the middle, and we're seeing the parking garage at the end. You know, I think it's important to note that there's a lot of things going on with the context here. 23rd Street is a busy artery, and the scale has shaped up taller there for reasons that perhaps start with the Shep Davis, but continue with the parking garage and with the Starwood headquarters. And then if we go to this next image, where we look at it from the other end, this is looking east, so we're seeing the garage on our right-hand side, the workforce housing in the center, and Shep Davis to the left. You can see that the recesses in the building are painted. That we're using 3 colors on this building. Here we're using kind of an orange and a light blue color. We tried to bring these colors off things we found in Miami Beach. There's also an alignment of trees along 23rd Street. The balconies are clad in perforated metal. Next image. Well, actually, I can show it here. The windows that are facing west on the north portion of the building have vertical sun shades, vertical fins that screen the sun out in that way. And here we're looking across the Paseo, so we're seeing that planter and bench, which relate to something that's happening in the parking garage on the other side as well. We're seeing that porch element, the entrance to the ballet facilities, the stair that's right behind that screen. We're seeing the windows on the corridor, and then we're seeing the balconies wrapping around, the balcony element wrapping around from the west to the south. Next image. And then, you know, a big part of this is what it looks like from Collins Avenue coming north, because you will see it over the height of the library. And our building is 75, the library is 40. So we think it's, the library is 30. So yeah, it will be visible. And we wanted to animate that facade both physically with the use of these balconies that project, but also in terms of color. Each balcony is painted. Next image. And this is looking, let's say, from the park, from the entrance to the Bass Museum on the park. And so we're seeing the library at the base. We're seeing a lot of trees. In fact, you can't see the building from there because of the trees, but if you could, it would look like this. Next image. Our material palette is pretty simple, you know, mainly stucco, clear glass windows, these reveals, these deep stucco reveals that create a kind of a panelized system, and then the metal cladding system, the perforated metal cladding system, which is used for the ballet porch and the balconies on the north side, which will be a system equivalent to what is used at the garage across the street. And next. So I wanted to show you a few slight modifications that we've been working on since we submitted, and partially in response to discussions we've had. Next image. One is just that we realized we could fit a 28-foot truck, which was initial concern that we show that 28-foot truck. in that service court, along with another 20-foot truck on the east side. So that's just responding to that comment. Next image. The roof no longer is occupied, no longer has a deck. I was kind of sad, but I think probably the neighbors would be happier about that. Next image. We are exploring two different ways of doing those balconies. One is with just masonry painted and with a kind of a slot that would that would break up that element. And the second way is just a perforated screen, also colored, also painted in the color schemes that we're using, which are like sand, terracotta, and blue, but would be more lightweight, which will help us with the structural system here. Next image. But those would cover the balcony slab, let's say, so it would have that same appearance of just a planar volume, right? And the last thing in recent discussions was I think we can go with a larger window. We had 3-foot windows typical in the rooms, but after discussions with Servitas, we can go with 4-foot wide windows. So this is just showing the change. I think it improves both from the outside and it'll improve the quality of life on the inside. I think that's it. Is there anything after that? Oh, one more image. Sorry, that's the rendering with the wider windows in it. Yeah. So with that, I thank you and be happy to answer any questions you have.
Any questions? No questions. Okay, Debbie?
Would you like to open to the public? Mr. Chair, I don't see any members of the public on Zoom with their hands raised, so I don't know if there's anyone in the audience that wishes to speak. Okay, we're not seeing any members of the public, so we can close the public hearing and have board discussion.
Okay, who wants to go first? Everybody's shying away. Rick?
Nice to see the project again. I think it's a great addition to the neighborhood, and it's doing a lot of good things. I don't have any issues at all with it. So look forward to seeing it approved.
Thank you.
Ditto.
Sure. Thank you. No, I agree. I don't have any issues. I agree with staff's recommendation. I think it's great that we're getting actually 2 projects to get to come to us today for affordable and workforce housing. It's fantastic, and I'm excited to see this neighborhood. We've seen it sort of come together in pieces. To see it come to life with the Paseo and all of the components, it'll make it a real community and a neighborhood. So I'm totally supportive.
Okay. You have a motion?
With that, yeah, we can take a motion. We'll need 2 separate motions, one for the certificate of appropriateness and one for the variances. What we didn't, did we check in with Nancy?
No.
See?
Nancy?
I support it all the way. Yes.
Okay, great. So we can hear a motion.
I'll move to approve
the certificate of appropriateness.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I will call the roll. Ms. Liebman? We'll keep going. Ms. Weinstein-Berman?
Yes.
Mr. Pascal?
Yes.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Finglas?
Yes.
And Ms. Liebman? Yes. Okay, so that is 5-0, unanimously approved. Can I have a motion on the variances?
I'd like to move to approve the variances.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I will call the roll. Ms. Liebman? Okay, see you saying yes. Ms. Weinstein-Berman?
Yes.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Pascal?
Yes.
Mr. Finglass?
Yes.
Okay, motion's approved. The variances are approved. Congratulations. That was
Thank you
record
very
time.
much. Thank you.
It's a great project.
Thank you. Have a great summer.
Okay, moving right along. Do you have any additional issues, Debbie, that you?
Nothing further from the planning department to update you on. I don't know if Jason has any city attorney updates to provide you.
Could we hear something, if anyone knows anything about the Dovo?
Let me see. I just
Good
lost
afternoon,
my
Mr. Chair.
Zoom.
As you know, the Dovo litigation is currently pending. It has been transferred to the complex litigation division, and it is currently set for trial in January.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Jason. Do you have anything to bring up, Kurt? Okay, Laura? Rick?
A question. I wonder if there might be a list of great examples of recent projects that have gone through this board, that have been executed, and that are now open. If we wanted to point to things, to point to like good examples, is there a short list? I mean, I know you have a long list, Debbie, but I wonder if anybody here has anything in particular that if we were asked to point out some great examples of recent preservation projects, where would we begin?
You're right. There's a very long list. I think we could take a look. Staff could take a look at it and provide any of the board members with what we think are very successful projects. Maybe break it up into categories in terms of infill construction versus restoration versus new additions. But yeah, I mean, we have an incredible body of work here over the past, I would say, probably 20 years of really high quality development in our historic districts. So I think that is probably a worthwhile thing to take a look at. And we could maybe put something together.
Maybe we'll ask at another time if we might compile a list of places with a bar worth checking out.
Yeah, and it's funny because I use examples all the time in meetings with applicants. Just yesterday I was talking to a group, and I wish Alan Schulman was still here because I referenced his design for the Fairwinds, which is on the west side of Collins at 10th Street. I was out there and I was looking at it the other day, and it's really a well done project. In terms, it integrates new contemporary architecture with 3 historic buildings. And there's projects like that you're right. I think we should. And the board members maybe should have kind of a running list of things that when you do meet with applicants, you can kind of show them. It's important to, especially with people who don't do a lot of work here, we're seeing incredible amount of interest in the city in terms of real estate right now. And a lot of people we're meeting with, aren't as familiar with Miami Beach, given this world where we're meeting with people in Europe and in New York. I think it is helpful to be able to point to projects so they understand the quality of projects that we really do demand. So.
If I could add something to that. I mean, I think it's a great question. And sometimes for myself as well, there's some nuanced and complicated projects that have gone by. It's like, for instance, the Sun King project, I think of, where you're sort of trying to a building that, remember that one that was sort of inadvertently demolished, and we're talking about recreating it, and there's all of these nuanced discussions that we have, and I'm not really sure what the status of that one is, but I'm really curious to know, particularly in those instances where we're dealing with issues that, you know, you can't correct a wrong, where you lose a historic building, and yet we're searching for, you know, ways to proceed. Is that project, has it been completed, or?
It has not. It has not been complete. That is, I mean, I think that's been under construction for almost better part of the decade, really. You know, that has a long history. They do have an active building permit. I have not been by in several months. Last time I was there was construction, although it was very limited. I didn't see a ton of activity. You know, that is a very important project for the district that we were just talking about, the Museum Historic District in the Collins Park neighborhood. I can let you know that they still have an active building permit, so at this point we don't believe there's any threat to those properties. However, we can take a look into it closer and provide you an update at the next meeting.
Okay, thank you. I have a number of issues. I don't want to keep you unduly, but several very important things. I have received, and I think you all have too, letters from the Miami Design Preservation League and the Society for Architectural Historians involving the potential saving of Fire Station Number 1, 1051 Jefferson Avenue, designed by Morris Lapidus Associates in 1966, and the South Shore Community Center, 8336 Street, designed in 1969 and completed in 2 phases by Morris Lapidus Associates. Obviously, these 2 buildings in and of themselves are extremely important. The MDPL backs the preservation of both of these structures for reasons stated in the letter that you've all received. I don't think it's necessary to go over them again. Nancy and I were excused from the first, when this came up before, when they came up at a meeting. But I wanted to add to the list of people backing such an action, the Society of Architectural Historians. I'm a member, or I used to be a member of that organization, and I must say in 30-some years of preservation in 3 states now, I've never seen that organization write a letter specifically to anyone in a mayoral office backing a project to be saved. It's a very well-known organization, and I think that if you've read this, I think both of these letters should be part of the record, and I would like to ask, if it's appropriate, to instruct, to ask the city to prepare documents to reclassify these buildings as contributing in their historic districts.
Let me just provide you with a little bit of information, especially for Laura. I don't think you've been involved in past discussions. So those are 2 properties. They're both city-owned. So number 1, the board has the authority within local historic districts to reclassify buildings. Buildings are required to be classified as either contributing or non-contributing. At any point, the board can request that staff bring back a application to reclassify a building. And we've, you know, we don't do it often, but, you know, we have done it over the years. That does require notice to the property owner. So we would have to provide the notice and place it on an agenda. With regard, so there's 2 buildings. One is the original fire station. This is the one on, is it Jefferson?
Yeah.
That is currently fire station number 1. The 6th Street property, which is originally the South Shore Community Center, has been selected as the site of the future fire station number 1, which was a GO bond project that was approved by the voters. So that particular site, after several years of looking for sites, was determined to be the most suitable not only for the city and in the fire department's perspective, but also for the community after a significant amount of community outreach for the new fire station. Jack is correct. Currently, both buildings, the original fire station number 1, which is still actively used as the fire station, and the South Shore Community Center are classified as non-contributing. The new fire station, which is proposed to replace the South Shore Community Center, is currently going through the budget process. That additional funding is needed for that project above and beyond what was approved by the voters for the GO bond. And the commission will make a determination whether or not to allocate additional funding for that project. The authority of whether or not an existing building, regardless of its classification, contributing or non-contributing, the authority with regard to demolition of city-owned buildings is within the jurisdiction of the city commission, not this board. This board is required to issue a recommendation. And again, that's regardless of classification. Just like regardless of classification, this board can approve or deny the demolition of any building. So I needed to give you all of that information so you understand that, reclassification may or may not be a material factor if the goal from the letter you're reading, Jack, appears to say, well, the building should be saved. Reclassification doesn't do that. I could also, we also need to note that we have discussed that building several times at the Historic Preservation Board. Most recently, I think we discussed it in December of 2019, and the board did issue at that point a series of recommendations for what would occur at that site for the new future fire station. So those discussions have been had at the board. We gave you a presentation on the existing conditions of the building and the historic documentation that staff was able to find. The part of the recommendation at the last discussion that the board had was to restore the existing fire station number 1 on Jefferson. That was part of the board's recommendation. At that time, it was determined that one, the board was urging the city to maintain and restore, even when the fire department moves out of that building, to maintain that building and restore that building for future use. So there's a lot of background on this, and if the board certainly would like us to bring back an analysis of both buildings for reclassification, we can do that. It would not be my recommendation to do that, but that is certainly not my decision.
Why would it not be your recommendation?
For the South Shore Community Center, if the commission has already made a decision, and this board seemed to agree, a little more than a year ago, that building will be replaced with the future new fire station, it seems a little conflicting. That this board has already stated on the record their recommendations for that site. To reclassify it as contributing is fine. That doesn't. I don't know what the goal of that is, I guess.
I just understand from these two letters the importance of the two buildings. I don't know all the prior history, but if you have two organizations that are as respected as these two coming in June 2021, after whatever may have happened in 2019 before the pandemic or whatever, to reclassify these buildings as contributing for that purpose, I would agree with that. I don't know all the machinations of what the city wants or doesn't want or whatever, but I'm just looking at it from the sheer viewpoint of the two buildings and their classification. That's all I would be asking. Kirk?
I have a question. I remember to a fair extent the discussion we had, regarding the GO bond and the fire station. And my recollection is, the board provided feedback I'm not sure. We didn't provide any sort of a motion, correct? I mean, we provided.
You provided a series of recommendations, one of which was to, have the city figure out a relocation for the social services that are currently occupying the space. There was another formal recommendation to the greatest extent possible, try to retain and integrate features, architecturally significant features of the South Shore Community Center into the new design of the fire station.
And that's my recollection. And so, I mean, I remember we discussed sort of the folly-like structures, and we also discussed the size of the property. From what I recall, I think there were access points on 3 sides, right, to the street. And also, from what I recollect, it's a good-sized property, right? I mean, the real estate there is substantial, and my recollection was a hope that certain, significant components of the building could be reincorporated. But I guess the question for me is, since that was the last discussion, and since it really is subject to commission, were those recommendations acted on? I mean, are they being included in the development?
So yes. I mean, the city is working on all of your recommendations. The design has not been complete for the new fire station. I have met with the architect and their design team, and I have expressed your desires. They have been working on that, and that is something that staff feels is very important. And that is something we're going to continue to push them toward. And they seem to be more than agreeable to do that. The other recommendations with regard to the relocation of the social services, we are actively, I can tell you, I have been privy to many conversations. The city is extremely serious about relocating all of those social services. They are meeting with the Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association consistently. Maria Ruiz, who is the Director of Housing and Community Services, has been consistently and very aggressively working on finding alternate locations, and that is moving forward. And there's also been discussions with regard to the restoration of the fire station number 1 on Jefferson and the adaptive reuse of that structure. So, I'm not directly involved in all of those discussions, but I do know they're all moving forward, and I have been involved in several meetings about all of your recommendations.
My only follow-up question would be, with a project of this caliber, being that it, is a result of a voter referendum, the GOPON, the commission's involved, my hope would be that at some point along the way there would be an opportunity for the HP to be, I don't know, if the whole project is solidified and has a commission support and never comes back to us.
It definitely will come back to you. The design of the new building would require this board's review and approval. It is the demolition of a city-owned building that requires city commission authorization. It requires a recommendation from this board to the city commission. But not the board, the Historic Preservation Board does not have the final determination with regard to demolition of a city-owned building. The new design of the building is well within the jurisdiction of this board to review, approve, make design revisions for.
I understand that, but I have been asked by these 2 organizations to proffer a request to the city that these 2 buildings be reclassified as contributing. That's all. I don't know further future history or all the past history, but I have read what they've written, and I think it's timely since nothing is definite until the buildings are gone or altered, and I think that they have good points here, and I think these letters should be sent forward to the appropriate people in the city to look at, since they apparently have not seen them, or nor have they been sent to them. And that's what I would proffer that we do.
And the board is the appropriate body. The Historic Preservation Board has the authority and the only authority to reclassify properties. So that is well within your jurisdiction if you wish to reclassify a property. Now, that requires proper notice.
Yeah, I understand.
So
But
the
for
board,
future agenda, I
the
would
board
propose
could
that.
direct staff, you could vote to direct staff to prepare reclassifications for both properties.
I would so move. So request. I guess it's not a motion.
I don't know if any of the board members have anything else to add, but we can.
I'm sort of interested with this. I mean, if we make a recommendation, it goes to the commission, and
Well, I mean, that's an alternate thing. So you can make a recommendation that goes to commission with regard to the demolition of the building, with regard to the location of the new fire station. That is within your authority to make any type of recommendations you would like to the city commission. That is completely separate from reclassification. Classification of the building lies solely with this board. So staff can make an analysis of both buildings and bring you back our recommendation, and then ultimately it would be the board's decision whether or not the property should be reclassified.
Do we have to take a vote on that, or just I can make a request?
The board should take a vote on bringing that back so that we can prepare a formal application.
So I guess I so request.
I don't know if I understand, Jack.
I so request that we ask that these two properties be reclassified as contributing as opposed to non-contributing.
Staff, so you're asking staff to bring back a formal application for both properties to reclassify?
Is that different than asking the staff for an analysis?
It is slightly different. I mean, we did already provide you an analysis with the South Shore building. We gave a presentation with the historical documentation for that building. We did that back in December of 19. So at this point, you can ask us to bring back applications for reclassification.
Was the analysis that you thought it would be contributing potentially?
At the time, the South Shore Community Center and the board at that time agreed with staff. The South Shore Community Center, I believe, was built in 1970. And at that time, and we went through, there have been some alterations. You know, it's relatively intact. You know, we don't believe that it's entirely consistent with the historic district. It's not consistent with the National Register district period of significance, which goes through 1965. Primarily, you know, from my perspective, the significant architecture, it goes through the post-war modern style. Once we travel into the brutalist or 1970s, even into some of the very early 80s, we see a much different typology, and the vast majority of those buildings, in my perspective, have actually had an adverse impact on the historic character, whereas you know, the post-war style, which is much more similar to the existing fire station number 1 on Jefferson, is more consistent with the fabric of the district. Now, we haven't done a full analysis, and we would look into it again and try to get some more information. You know, and we would be issuing a recommendation, but ultimately it would be this board's determination whether or not either property should be reclassified.
I would strongly support that because of the two organizations involved and their rationale. If you've read the material, I think it's very clear that they would qualify.
And Jack, I don't know if I have both of those. I received the letter from Jack Johnson from Miami Design Preservation League, but I don't think
this was sent by email this morning.
It was sent this morning. Okay, so do you know if it was sent to me?
I don't know. You may have.
If not, could you send that to me?
You may have my copy. No, I don't think so. Well, you give that. Thanks. So can we look into this, or do we need to make some sort of request?
You should make a motion to direct staff to bring back 2 formal applications for the properties.
I so move.
I'll second that.
Okay, everybody in favor? Okay, Nancy? I don't know if she's even still with us, but okay. We will bring that back to you. Hopefully we can get that to you in July.
Okay. I only have three more quick things. I'm sorry to keep you, but they are very important. And if we don't move on these things now, we won't be able to do anything about it later. There's a sign has gone up in front of 72 Lagorce Circle, which is the last remaining historic house on the south side of Lagorce Island that has not been Lego boxed and concrete and glassed. It is a very important house stylistically, and it's been posted with a red sign by the DRB. I realize now that I've tried 2 or 3 times to no avail to have this brought up, and to have someone try to stop a demolition of an historic house which is not certified. But I would wish that you all, if possible, at least drive by the house and see if somehow the house can be documented, because it is an extraordinary piece of architecture, and if we do not step up to the plate, or even if we do, it may be hopeless, but someone needs to stop this senseless demolition of everything, and that's what it's boiling down to. Another example is 5970 North Bay Road, which is the Fittipaldi Brazilian race car driver's house, has also gone up for sale with a Todd Michael Glazer sign on it, which means to me that it will probably be demolished. If this trend continues, which is snowballing, we will be drowning in this type of thing. And I'm talking to the public. Please, we need to change the DRB rules about their inability to do anything about stopping demolition. We should have some purview over this. These are obviously historic buildings. Just because they're not certified does not mean they're not historic and shouldn't have a right to exist. But what the city has done is condemned all of these buildings that are not in historic districts or not certified to demolition, because people will buy them, they don't care, and they want to tear them down. And there's absolutely apparently nothing that the city or we can do to stop it. And it really is more than depressing. It's basically catastrophic. It's snowballing with the money that's coming down here from the north, and it will continue to get worse until I wouldn't even think what the end result of all this is. So I don't know who I'm pleading to, but the city has got to do something with the DRB to take that rule out, to make it, to have review by single-family houses by the city, our city agency, before they give the permit. Because now it's just a rubber stamp. Here's the permit. If you object, too bad. We can't stop it. Done. Tear it down. That is an obscenity. That is an absolute obscenity, and it's got to stop.
I might not be correct, but I believe in the city of Miami now they're instituting, if a building is over 50 years, just the date, does get flagged internally, just in permitting, and maybe that's something to consider.
And that's similar to the Coral Gables model. The board has, on several occasions made that recommendation to the city commission that the city explore adopting those types of ordinances. At this, to date, there has not been a desire to do so, but that would be a legislative change, Jack, for the DRB's authority or for this board's review.
How do we get that started?
This board can make a recommendation to the mayor and city commission that they, you've done that in the past.
Well, can we do it again for next month and try to do something more formal?
We can put the discussion item on again, and if you would like to make another formal recommendation to the mayor and commission that they consider, a different type of model when demolition is requested, that you can make that recommendation. You can't initiate the legislation yourself, but the planning board or the city commission may do so.
And one last thing, which is kind of indicative of so many things in the past, and I've brought it up at least 10 times to you, I'm sure you're tired of hearing it, is the Golden Sands at 69th Street. That was an historic motel that was rehabilitated with a tall new building, and they restored very nicely the historic part, but they took the fabulous neon sign down, and it's I don't know where it's gone. They said they put it back. They were supposed to put it back or
No,
recreate it.
a violation was issued for altering the facade without a certificate of appropriateness, removing the sign without this board's approval. So they have an active violation. I have been working with their code compliance officer for their special master hearings. They have applied for a permit to put the sign back. However, there has been no activity on that permit in quite some time. So it's something that I can follow up with the property owner about to see if they have a schedule for when they're going to submit and finalize that permit to reinstall it. But that's as far as our authority goes.
Unfortunately, though, it speaks of the futility of a lot of what we try to do, because no one will step up to the plate and say, you do it or else. I mean, it's got to be.
Well, or else what? I mean, there's due process.
That's a good question.
It's the special master process is extremely frustrating. You are correct. And I know the city attorney's office will agree. I certainly agree. Violations can be issued. That is not something that's even in the planning department's authority. However, the code compliance officers work really well with planning, and we're in constant communication with them. They can issue a violation, but then there's a due process hearing, and I would love to somehow force someone to comply, but that's just not something that we have the authority to do.
I have two things. First of all, you switched from the last discussion very quickly, and I would like a little clarification. I don't live in Coral Gables. I know that our DRB does not have the authority to stop demolition, and I just wanted to ask for a little bit of clarification for how the distribution of the authority to stop demolition, how it varies in Coral Gables from here. Is the idea that you would give the DRB the authority to stop demolition for a building that's over a certain age, or is the idea that it would go to staff and if it was deemed historical?
So, I mean, I don't really know what the board's idea is right now. We can discuss that next month, and you can issue a formal recommendation. But I can tell you how Coral Gables works. Is that any total demolition permit for a building that is older than 50 years old is required to be reviewed by their historic preservation officer. If that historic preservation officer determines that that building is eligible for local historic designation, they then bring that to their historic preservation board for local designation. Properties that are locally designated are under the authority for demolition, so that the board could deny demolition. I don't know of any model where a non-historic preservation board has that authority, but there may be. So I don't know the legalities. If the design review board legally could even have that authority, maybe they could. I haven't, researched the topic.
How was that authority conveyed initially to the HP? Was that through a voter referendum? Is that through the zoning code?
That would be a zoning text amendment that requires any demolition of any building 50 years or older to be reviewed by either the Historic Preservation Board or the staff to the Historic Preservation Board, and then the staff would make the determination whether to bring it to the board. That's how Coral Gables works.
So technically, the commission could convey that power to the DRB if they wanted to give them the authority?
I don't know if they could. I know they could convey that under the Historic Preservation Ordinance. I don't know if they can convey that through the Design Review Ordinance. The Historic Preservation Ordinance has special protections not only under state law but also federal law, which allow you to review projects and deny demolition. I don't know if there are any state laws that would prohibit a non-historic preservation board from doing the same thing. I mean, that's something that would have to be researched.
Well, could we please? Because people call me all the time and say, if Coral Gables can do it better, why can't we? I mean, it's...
Well, and this board has asked. We have recommended that the mayor...
But nothing happens.
Right, because it hasn't been the desire on behalf of the elected officials to agree with your recommendations. You can, there's nothing to stop you from asking again, but
I'm just trying to figure out what kind of mechanism could be created whereby, let's say there is a building that's not historically designated, that's unanimously considered to be significant. At the current time, the DRB does not have the power to stop the demolition. What sort of a mechanism could be created whereby at least there would be some measure of authority to stop something if everybody did not want it to happen?
We can look into it and see what other cities are doing. The city's policies for the past decade have been to try to incentivize the retention of architecturally or historically significant homes, and we have done that. Maybe those incentives just are not attractive enough for people to go through the effort. I really don't know. But
the same thing sort of happened, I think, with the, even though it's a commercial structure, not at all like the single-family homes, but, for instance, a clock tower in North Beach, which was really kind of saved on a technicality, right? Because they did not propose a new project. They proposed only to demolish that piece.
Yeah.
And so if it were to come back as part of a new application for a new design that did not include that tower, I think the same question will come up. What sort of mechanism is there to stop that from happening?
Okay, well, we'll persevere, I guess.
I would just also add, I personally, I'm very pro-development, and I do believe in personal property rights. However, it's not only a historic preservation issue, it really is a sustainability issue, and I do believe, having some sort of presentation or data about the embodied energy of existing buildings is extremely important for our elected officials to understand if we are to be, the city of Miami Beach to be a leader in sustainability and sea level rise and resiliency. It might not fall to this board, but there is so much data lacking there and public education that I do believe some sort of sustainability review when it comes to demolition. We kind of touched on that with the demolition of trees earlier. It's all so interconnected, but there's no comprehensive review, unfortunately, and things do fall through the cracks, and it will snowball.
It seems like there should be some mechanism for, a building that's over 50 years old, for instance, to be reviewed, right? I mean, at least just to be considered.
I think Laura makes a good point that, if you can quantify it in some way, the elected officials may be more, eager to listen or to digest that as a kind of form of data. But I would say that it doesn't end there. And it doesn't end on just the age of a building. Beyond just preserving old buildings, I think that part of what this board does is, preserve the culture of the place, culture of the city, cultural preservation. If we're preserving buildings and architecture, we're preserving the culture of the place. And, sometimes there are buildings that are not yet 50 years old that are worth preserving too. Case in point, City of Miami, the demolition of Kazif, right on the bay. It's like a cultural treasure, demolished unnecessarily. How do we protect those things? Who's the arbiter of what's to be protected or not? I think it's this board. So if there are specific buildings, whether they're 50 years old or less, I think we should bring those to the surface. We should field those calls from the public if they're reaching out to us, and put them up there and elevate them to be considered for preservation.
Okay. Thank you, everybody.
I wanted to comment on the second thing too, the Golden Sands. So if there's a violation, are fines being assessed to the condo board?
I believe fines are being assessed. Now, the special master also has the authority to mitigate those fines. And that is solely within their jurisdiction. That is not, something the city can really intervene on, other than issue our recommendation to the special master whether or not the fines should be mitigated or not. It's a frustrating process. I feel your frustration just as much, if not more, than anybody, because I attend special master hearings. I work with property owners who get violations. It's not a perfect system. It doesn't necessarily result in compliance, which is our goal, right? Our goal is not to fine people or to punish people. We just want compliance with things, and sometimes that takes a very long time through the process.
I have to pile on to that. The experience I emailed you about last week, which was a contributing building that I happened to drive by that was having, over its historic material, was having faux wood ceramic tiles being put on the exterior. And I saw it when it just started happening and sent an email, and I know Debbie forwarded it to Code Compliance, and it took them a week to do it, but they finished the job, nothing happened, and right before my eyes I see this contributing building just erased, which is incredibly frustrating.
It happens more than you could imagine. It's something that we're talking about. We're talking about with other departments. I'm actually going to be doing a significant walkthrough with Code Compliance in certain areas of our city this week. It is infuriating. I walk around often and I get upset because you do see a lot of behavior that is contrary to the rules and regulations of the city. If it's, when you see a serious building violation where someone's constructing something without a building permit, there are more severe consequences that the building official has the authority for a stop work order, for an unsafe structures violation, to vacate the property, to require the vacation of the property. Code violations or violations of certificate of appropriateness are a lot trickier because it doesn't create a potentially unsafe situation like doing work without a building permit. And we do have the special master process, which is our due process system. All I can say is I really do share your frustration. We're trying to be more proactive, working with Code Compliance. When any of those properties do request additional approvals, or heaven forbid they file an application to this board, then we have much more immediate action that we can take in order to not accept an HPB application until you correct the violations on your property. That is probably also something that we're going to start looking into more when we bring you applications, as if they have any active violations, and that we're really going to urge all applicants to correct those violations before they're allowed to appear before you. But it's a citywide problem from my perspective.
I just wonder if, and my concern is it's sort of like graffiti, right? One property owner does it and the other one sees it and they're like, oh, I'm going to do this and I'm going to make everything, blank walls. And some people love that, and that's not in the spirit of the historic district. And I'm wondering if Code Compliance takes those things seriously in historic districts.
They do. I think they need more training because it's a very nuanced. What the certificate of appropriateness violations, if you think about it, Code is looking for everything, including noise violations, and they're overwhelmed right now. But I'm going to start doing this hopefully more often, but taking several hours out of my time to walk around the neighborhoods with Code Compliance, so we can, really understand the nuances of, like you said, painting or stuccoing. You don't need a building permit for that, right? It's not a big deal, but that's a violation of the Historic Preservation Ordinance, doing that without an approval first, or, putting some sort of crazy blinking light in your yard and things like that are a little more subtle in terms of I think, code compliance is normal training. So we, it's a never-ending battle.
Okay, on that positive note, we shall move upward and onward.
So is that a motion to adjourn?
Seconded.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
All right, guys, see you in
Thank you
July.
very much.
July 13th.